letting us know that you know what's in our book. Because you know of these things. People aren't identified as Jews like that. The New Testament identifies Jews in Jerusalem. And the Pharisees. Where are the Pharisees in the Old Testament? I'm smiling.
Not there.
Why?
There's no. I would assume that they came later.
What about the word rabbi? Why is that in the New Testament? Why is that not in the Old Testament?
Pharisees is just a word
It
like
wasn't a word.
interpreters.
Jesus brought it to the scene?
No, I'm saying the Pharisees means just interpreters. Roshim is someone who gives interpretations. That's what it means. And I think,
So what about rabbi? Where did rabbi come from?
He's a teacher.
Who's the teacher? Jesus.
Yeah. I mean, I think, like this thing is just zooms in a little bit more into the story, because when we see, let's say we had King David and stuff, they have the scribes. If you see, like David described who would be in the temple, serving in the temple, who would be the scribes, those, and like some people think who are those scribes. So those are where they, who do the chronicles, registrations of all the events. And, also the scripture, that already have supposed to be copied and, copied into many scriptures. So.
All I'm saying is that Jesus is bringing the rabbi to the scene.
Yeah, but you
can't say that people were calling each other rabbi beforehand, but it's not in the Bible. Yeah,
because we used to have prophets. Here's no one would let's say John the Baptist is not called as a prophet or something. Okay, they are speculating. If you see there's no such a some people believe he's a prophet, other people not. And Jesus is there, and in Jeremiah, you see, Jeremiah speaks as the prophet. Okay, so there's no necessity to write, something about the rabbis, because he's the let's say the higher authority, into the writing in the religious text or something.
So then, who are the interpreters?
No, they have those interpreters, but I think they would go to just a prophet to ask. That's why in some cases, like judges, okay, and judges sometimes could be called Elohim. Why? Because people used to go to them to ask, for the, in the matters of questions, as if they ask God. So this is just to zoom into the more in the community or something. And that what I'm saying, the system looks pretty different. You have prophet, so who you would go to, and then you say, first of all, then in the Bible, in the let's say in Ezekiel, in Jeremiah, you have the elders. Who are the elders? Those are the scribes and the Pharisees. Those would be the ones. But it'll mention in those specific names, as it's written in the gospel.
Yeah, they must have been using some of the terminology if they're using it. If they're using it in the New Testament, it was probably being used before it. That's part of the reason why they're using it during that time. But it was an interesting point, Megatron, when you're saying that the Reformation happened, 1,500 years after Christianity, and then you're saying that this seems to be going on with Islam too? Megatron.
Well, we just don't know what is happening. With this people, they didn't have clear. First of all, what happened? I believe, like the earliest Christians, they didn't have as much scriptures as, the earlier, like as the poster Christians. Imagine you have, you know, only Paul, like, one, like a letter to this church, and this is maybe was copied, and maybe like you have one or two of these copies, then maybe three or four, and later on you have like a lot of people have those, and actually in the prophet times they not even prophet like apostle times they could explain all those things, but later on you don't have any longer those so this is why we have this all those church fathers, that we are dependent on them, that to give like.
Yo, Smiler, what did you say? Because I couldn't hear what you said when you said you find it interesting. What did you?
Oh, the thing you were talking about, how like the Reformation happened 1500 years after Christianity, and it seems like it's happening now with Islam, which is the same thing 1500 years later.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting. It's an interesting correlation.
Gonna be the separation. Just say that now. Is Simon gonna come up? Yeah, Simon, come up.
Simon, come on.
Simon always got some good philosophy arguments or some shit. I don't know. Sometimes he can be stuff.
Well, that's all. Yeah, that's what philosophy is. It's full of like just making things up and seeing if it's sticks. That's what narcissists be doing.
Yeah, bro. Nard be throwing mad shit on the wall. She be throwing baloney and stuff on him. Margaret's got her nails did.
So what do you think is going to happen with this Reformation, the Islamic Reformation? They're going to have like a sort of a Protestant.
Well, it's not going to be called. It's not going to be called a Reformation. It's going to be called something else, and it'll probably be. I'm hoping, right, that they change either the Kaaba or like Ali's place.
They can change the Kaaba. It has too much.
No. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying like making it like a central place of of worship, like the Vatican, and where the land where the Kaaba is will be separate from Arabia.
Why? That's what happened with the Vatican.
Yeah, it's its own country.
Yeah. Okay.
But actually, if you talk about Reformation, it's actually already happened. Like, what you see, let's say the classical Islam and you have the modern Islam. And if you see, those people that say, oh, we, yes, support the homosexuality. Oh, yes, we, we tolerate this, like Western, values and stuff. Those are the modern Muslims, okay? And when you speak something that you say like, no, you don't. So actually what is happening, you have two Islams. One Islam is like classical, which is the Muhammad's, and those is Al-Qaeda, Hezbollah, and, like what Shia are doing. This is like, like the strict with the punishments and blah, blah, blah. This is the classical. This is the most close to the core, to the roots of Islam. And then you have the reformators, like, the modern Islam. Because if you see in some countries, let's say, for example, that, sleeping with 6 years old girl is okay. In other Muslim countries, it's not, definitely not. So why so? So if you will see, this is they have two Islams. The classical allows it because in this case, if they would condemn, this kind of pedophilia thing, they would say, well, in this case, we don't have the Prophet because he's under condemnation. And when we have, let's say, modern Islam, okay, now what they do with those verses, they say, no, this is, goes with the interpretation. That's why you see the early, like nowadays scholars, they doing this job, let's say, not apologetics into, let's say, like what is happening with the Aisha, they do the reinterpretation what actually happened there. because they disagree with this narrative. And classical, yes, they say, yeah, it's true.
I mean, come on, bro. This girl fought in battles and stuff. Come on, man. That's crazy.
Are you bringing it up?
What did she have? A fucking big club? Did she have a box? Did she have a big club? Did she have a big club?
Come on,
Huh?
I'm not into the box. I mean, I'm just saying, you know, let's say they're bringing the
No. Do you know what we mean by box?
Box.
Did she have a box? Yeah.
I think once I asked ChatGPT, I have a friend name is Megan.
No. You know what it is for a woman to have a box?
No, not exactly. You know, my English.
The box is the pussy. It's the pussy. It's the box.
I know.
Okay, all right. So we're saying, did she have a box or did she have a club? We're trying to figure that out.
Wait a second, club.
We're giving Muhammad an out. Listen. I'm trying to give Muhammad an out here. You know what I'm saying? I'm being dead serious. Because, like, I personally don't think Aisha was a girl. Just don't.
Okay. This is debating.
I just don't, bro. I just get this feeling, bro. I'm serious, man.
Okay. I thought when you say he was not a girl means like, you know, I mean, he's not a girl but a boy.
Yeah.
In this case. Okay.
Yeah, does he have a box?
This is a.
You understand?
Yeah, but what could like what makes you think of this? I mean, there is a verse that actually says that Muhammad used to something about used to be dirty with a, you know, like a. I need to search for this hadith where it says like, you know, he got like.
I know, but you know the where he's saying he's putting the tongues of the mouths of the other kids and stuff like that. But you want to know something, like, I'm not so sure that could be seen as like him giving like food out of his mouth or something like that, like chewing the kid's food or something like that. Like, I don't know. I'm not crazy about that. I think people over embellish. I think there's more to answer with that. Like, some of these really ridiculous ones, I think, are just taken out of context. But
Yeah.
if that's what it is, that's what it says. But it could mean other things. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
That wouldn't be the reason why I come to that conclusion.
Okay, in this case, you need to bring this issue also, this matter also to the Reformation issues. That's my thinking on that one.
Sometimes I think they're like, yo, you could put the most ridiculous claims on Muhammad, we're still gonna believe in him. That's what I feel like it's the saying.
Yeah, this is true.
You think that one was ridiculous? Let's bring in Al-Zut.
How you know about my favorite hadith?
Look. Here's the thing. You know, your moral compass is based on like, you know, like on your logic. Their moral compass is based on what Allah said. If Al-Zut was correcting, okay, so this means, okay, this is your moral compass, and you cannot say to them what Allah said is good. You should also go with the good, even though you're like, you know, your mind is glitching how it could be good. You know, they still go. That's why it's different. This one, the morals in the Christianity and in atheism and in Islam, they are different because one dictates their morals, the other ones they understand.
You want to know something mind-breaking? Regarding the Al-Zut hadith, there's two other hadiths. One is Sahih Bukhari, that says he has the strength of 30 men, and there's another hadith that runs a similar story of like the Al-Zut. And the consensus of the three stories together is, back then, if a person's stronger than you, put their reproductive sauce or liquid on you, you gain their strength. So the 30 men that ejaculated on Muhammad, that's how he got his the strength of 30 men.
Yeah, I heard this somewhere. Yeah.
There's, I think some type of Christian or somebody did a video on it on TikTok and explained it. I was like, man, how are they able to find this stuff and put it together and come up with that conclusion? Well, my goodness.
Yeah, they had this kind of, like the parallel. It's not only, like it talks about the power, like, with the woman, and then there's like, also there's another parallel, I don't remember exactly what, when it's also being made the same way. They have the same pattern into, let's say, to obtain this kind of powers or something. So yeah, that were good explanation, but I don't remember like exactly what they put there.
Bro, they're like, yo, put anything on homie. We still got his back.
They find out that
They don't matter.
they'll say these are designed to test our faith, and it makes us stronger.
Yeah, I don't really think it's what's up. I don't really think it's gonna make a difference either way. That's what I'm saying. It's not a big deal.
Here's the thing.
You put the most embarrassing hadith, it's not gonna mean anything, bro. It really doesn't mean anything. Like you could get them all together, they're all together not gonna make sense. So it doesn't even make a difference to bring them up.
I want to tell you where's the logic.
You're just proving their point every time they bring it up, kind of. Because it's not like you're bringing it up and they're gonna change their mind.
It'll say it's no good. This stuff's no good, but it's coming from Islamic sources.
You saw Hamza. Hamza didn't even deny it, right?
Which one? The atheist Hamza?
No. The Hamza, the one that they were talking about the apologist.
How you doing?
Yeah, even he didn't say anything about it. He read it. He was like, I don't know what to make of this.
But Megatron, do you want me? I can troll you with this one on on behalf of their logic.
Okay.
Okay, so now imagine this. Okay, God comes and says, okay, sacrifice your son. Okay, would you sacrifice or not?
No.
Okay, but this according to Abraham, what Abraham did is good.
I'm just denying Abraham. I'm not Abraham. I'm good with that, bro.
Yeah,
Find yourself an Abraham. You came to me, I said no. Go to the next nigga. What the fuck ain't Abraham doing? I ain't doing it.
Yeah, so that's why Abraham was called the friend of
God tells you to do something. God tells me I shouldn't do a lot of shit that I do. That might be one of them. Oh, you gotta kill your son. All right, well, sorry. Yeah, I'm not doing that. Sorry. If you gotta ask me, that means I have the power to do it or not. So guess what? No, I'm not doing it. Is no one of the options? Okay.
Right.
Fuck. Oh, what do you mean you said no? So what the fuck you asking me for? Am I a robot? How you gonna say no? What do you mean I'm gonna say no? I'm saying no.
What if he said go out to the desert?
But he can make you want it, right? Do you admit that God can make you want it too?
Man, that would feel like the devil.
No. He will want you to want it, guys. I'm not saying that he's forcing you to want it. He might change the sequences of your life. He might change your sequences of life in a situation that might lead to Megatron having a personality that can accept.
Like you might wait for a day you're pissed off at your son.
For example.
Nah, I'm cool being a regular dude and saying I didn't kill my son. Like I'm good.
Well, yeah, because you're not Abraham, right? But if I told you, do this Megatron and the whole humanity will remember you as a prophet and as someone in the history of humanity that changed beliefs and stuff like that, would you do it now? Wow.
Nah,
But now if I'm gonna tell you, fuck, no way, no. This is my son. I just brought him to life, and I'm just gonna marry. I just got married. I found my wife, and we're trying to find the American dream, and we're just trying to buy the mortgage out of the house, and we just get out of my fucking mind and tell me kill my son. My son worth money. Maybe this is part of the point that you're.
That's why Muhammad said,
we're all
Abraham was the
gonna
best
think the same way. We're all gonna think the same way. I'm not gonna say no. I'm with you.
you know, I have a little bit of a different.
I'm opening my mind to be a different me. You know, because at the end of the day, it's a story that changed a lot of beliefs, right? So.
Well, I have a different way of. I have a different understanding of that story. I take it that that message wasn't from the one true God, and he might have thought it was. He might have thought it was, and
Abraham
God
was
stopped him.
psychopath.
Well, he was in the land of Canaan, right? And they were doing those types of things there.
Right.
So, you know,
Okay.
he might have, you know,
He might have
actually might have got a little restless.
Nagging voice on his back of his mind, trying to bring him to this kind of cult and culture, you know. No, I got you now.
You understand?
Might be.
And then God stopped him. He was like, yo, what are you doing?
So God is good. So God is the checkpoint where people start to change from sons to sheep, which is good.
Well, it was always sheep.
It was always sheep and sons.
You know why?
But now
Yes,
the sons was
sheep
like
and sons.
minus
Exactly.
one, like
Look at
it's
Cain
like the
and
minus
Abel.
one virgin. It's like the
Yeah,
minus
no.
one.
Cain and Abel. Cain and Abel.
No, that's a different.
No, this is right after Adam and Eve.
No,
This
but
is
wait.
early on.
I'll tell you why. Hear me out. Cain and Abel
story.
Cain and Abel, I believe. I'm gonna tell you my opinion and take it or leave it. Okay. The thing is, Cain and Abel is the main purpose of the story. Is the evil and the goodness. Like the good and evil is the main key of this story. But Abraham and his son, it's about changing your belief that your son is part of you, and this is a human being, and a human life is very sacred, because God wanted us to sacred yourself, because you are being a part of an experiment that he's trying to show
I know
you.
you're a Christian.
No, he won.
I didn't know you're a Christian. You're a Christian? Alhamdulillah.
By the way, there is a verse in Quran. I just was talking with someone a couple of days ago. Like, he just reminded me
Which Quran, bro?
The verse. I'm a bit. I forgot it.
The Yusuf Ali.
I'm an ADHD, okay? So.
I read Yusuf Ali, bro. Yusuf Ali is the
No, the main purpose, the one thing I
Which Arabic Quran is he talking about?
I was trying to tell you is the verses in Quran is we should be, as a Muslim, we should be equally evaluating each prophet as well. So I'm a Christian. I am part of me believe in the Christianity to the level of, if someone tried to give me negative debate about Jesus was there or not, historically or not, or just trying to be anything negative about the Christ, I'll be angry as well. I'll be defensive against it. I'll be like, you know what I mean?
Well,
So,
you kind of have a high Christology.
Yeah,
He was
kind of,
raised up. You know, he was raised up alive. He didn't die. So that's still high Christology. You know what Christology means? Christology means like how much power you give Jesus. So it's showing
Well,
that he's been elevated. You know,
that's the thing, guys. Okay, that's the thing. I'm having a religion that's giving me all the divinity of those people as prophets and even Muhammad, but at the end of the day, it's setting me free from any kind of totems or sacrifice kind of thing. And by the way, the sacrifice in Eid is not just you have to. And at the end of the day, you're not gonna throw it in front of a mosque just to do it as for some kind of god that will need some food. No, you're gonna go there. You're gonna get the sheep and you're gonna distribute it for the poor people, and people will be eating from all of this.
yeah,
kind
but
of
Abel was the sheep herder. Abel was the sheep herder. You understand? He had the perfect lamb. Get it?
Abel. What's Abel?
Cain was the farmer. He was the farmer.
Islam. Did he have the Islam?
Yeah, he had the lamb. He had the Islam.
That's
That's a new one. That's a new one. That's good.
I just thought about it right now. Like, oh, he had the Islam.
Man, that was good. That was good. That was good.
Lamb, ma'am. Ma'am.
Yes, he was the sheep.
Lamb, ma'am.
Right? Wasn't he the sheep? He represented the sheep.
Well, it's delicious for me. I love it.
That
I
and the sheep,
I
and
tried
the sheep
pork.
was God was pleased.
I tried pork.
God,
I didn't like it.
Yeah, no, God was pleased with the sheep.
What kind of
Right?
pork did he try bacon?
The
Or did
bacon,
you
I
try
a little
ham?
bit better. The bacon was a little bit better. Okay, I can do it with some jalapenos and some cream cheese and in the oven. Okay, that's good. The bacon, but as a
There you
pork
go.
cooked and a stewed cooked meat of pork, no, thank you. I'm
Yo,
passing
you
that.
gotta have some beignet, bro. Yo, you don't know what you're missing, bro.
No, I just ate it like 2-3 times out of being okay. Let's try. I'm having sex. I'm for marriage. I can drink alcohol. I'm not a perfect Muslim, but
No, you're
I wanna
welcome.
be
No,
forward.
it is a perfect Muslim. You gotta have a little
And
bit of both. You gotta have a little bit of taste of everything.
for me, I felt like maybe when my stomach felt upset, it's just a sign because God is telling me like, hey, you know what? It's not good. That's it. And I'm just like, okay, fine. And I didn't like it. And I just didn't. I didn't pursue it.
You know what's the freedom? You know what's the freedom of being a Muslim? Is that like one day you could be like Jewish. You could be like really Jewish. And then the next day you could be really Christian.
Thank
But
you.
you're still a Muslim.
No, but wait.
You're still a Muslim. You know what I'm saying? It's
It
fine.
doesn't mean in a psychopathic way, in a way of being double personalities, multiple.
No, I know what you're saying.
You
Yeah,
have a
like
main
today I'm really gonna follow the law. Like today I'm really gonna follow the law. Oh, today, you know what? My faith is above all. You get what I'm trying to say? Like certain times you guys like during Ramadan, you guys are like Jews during Ramadan. Then all the other times you're like Christian. You're like a Christian all the other times. I mean,
But if I'm
I'm
gonna
celebrating.
if I'm gonna fast,
I'm observing Ramadan today. I haven't eaten at all today, and I'm awake.
you're a Muslim.
Jesus fasted too.
Yeah, I'm a Bible only Muslim.
You're a Bible.
He's a Catholic. He's a Catholic
Oh, really?
in here. He's a Catholic.
Okay.
Yeah, he's a Quran only Catholic in here.
He's a Quranist, but
He's a Quran only Catholic. Yeah.
in the Bible world. Okay.
Yeah, he sees that Isa's God.
Well, we have verse in our Quran that says الإنجيل فيها هدى للناس, which means it have a guide to the light. The Injil is like that. So, am I Christian now? Yes, I will defend the Bible as well. I'm not going to talk anything about the
Quran is they're perfect. It's perfect. It's perfectly.
You know what? I'm not going to give anything against. I'm not going to be on the side of Sahaba or Hadith or the disciples as well of the Christ, because I'm just going to take the main core of the whole religion, and I'm just going to listen about this Hadith and Sahabas and Luke, John, Mark, Luke, all these people, for me, are the same.
The hadiths. From the companions.
They're hadith. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. But the Bible
I have a question.
is
And
different.
tafsir.
And Quran, not tafsir.
I have a
Quran and
question.
Bible.
Well, we got the church
Both
fathers. We got the
hadiths.
church fathers, so we got tafsir. You know.
Is every hadith like authentic or
They don't need to be
why?
because it's just what people wrote at the time.
I'll tell you something. You want me to tell you my opinion about hadith if you want to follow or not?
No, I just want to know if they are authentic.
Well, definitely there are some of them are authentic. We're talking about what, around 600,000 hadiths.
There are no 600,000.
100,000. Do you want to discard all of them and just throw them all in the trash? Oh, come on. That's not logic. Okay, so now, which ones you go for it? If you want to go for this or that, you have to listen to the same story from a different view until you grab an own idea about how life was there and how this person might have an opinion about how he looked at it. You can get the truth out of it, but it's just a hectic way. It's better to take it as some guidelines, but not the main map of the Quran.
But how do you
Of the
know?
Bible.
How do you fast without hadiths?
I'm sorry?
You need hadiths to know how you fast.
Well, I told you we're 600,000, so I might take up 100,000. What about the other 500,000?
But
No,
how do you
I
pick?
think I'll not pick. It's at the end of the day, I pick the Quran. And the Quran is the main guideline. I'll compare it to the Hadith. If the Quran is telling me something and the Hadith is directing me to a different thing, then I'll take it as a way that the Hadith would have an opinion of a human that was living in an era, on a culture, in a period of time that might have his opinion about tafsir, about this verse, or about seeing something about Muhammad. He maybe focused on some actions that Muhammad did it in a couple of days, but he didn't do it later on. For example, you know what I mean? In Sunnah, for example, or in Hadith as well. He might change.
You know, there's a lot of videos
So,
out there,
at
and
the end of the
I
day-
never see somebody in the masjid with the hadith book open learning how to pray, bro. It's always somebody there teaching somebody how to pray. So this guy says, "Oh, how you gonna know how to pray? How you gonna know how to fast?" All you gotta do is all you gotta do is go to the masjid, and he'll tell you. So I mean,
Well-
I barely see hadith books out on the floor when people are
Uh-huh.
praying, bro. So give me a break, man.
That's true. And I'll tell you something else as well. We took the salat of the Muslims by tawatur. Tawatur is the word of mouth. It's not by hadith, by written things. So it can be some things that we took it out of culture, like traditional actions that can be done, you know?
What is salat?
Like people. That's a big thing now.
What is salat, if you don't mind me asking?
That's
You
a
know
big
that-
thing because I'm a Muslim and I know that's 5 prayers and everything. But recently, a couple of years ago or something, I just went to a road more focused into the Quran itself that I didn't find anything in the Quran as important as Salah should be, right? So did God forgot to mention some details? He mentioned the wudu, how to get clean and wash your hands to your elbows, with your feet, your face. Wow, he gave me that. But he left it opened when it come to the salah in a way of how-tos. Is that something was mistakenly forgotten by God Almighty?
What is salat?
Exactly. So I'm just giving you the beginning of how you can think about that. I want you to be free from all the traditional culture, salah that you can see in Jewish, in Christianity, in Muslims. At the end of the day, yes, there will be some kneeling in it. There will be some bowing down to the earth and to God. But at the end of the day, that's an extra thing if you want to get connected more to God. But you have to get connected to God even when you're sitting normally. You have to be connected to God when you're treating a plant or tree or something, just a piece of nothing, like a piece of wood, you know? You have to be connected to, you have to have this kind of beauty of your soul that's connected to the God, because God is the light and the beauty and everything. We are connected to this beauty. So nowadays, since we're having this kind of new civilization that we're calling into modernization and globalization and AI and all this stuff, actually we're exploring our human psychology in a very unique way.
I kind of feel misinformed. What is Salah?
Well, now I'll just taking you all over the place, but I just wanted to tell you that Salah is something that you needed to connect yourself to the matrix, which is God.
Is it praying?
And how did you see this Avatar thing? You've seen the movie Avatar?
It's
yes.
Say theosis. He's trying to say
Do you see that lady when they were trying to connect her hair to the tree? You see that?
So was she praying to it?
Salah means a connection. Salah is meaning connecting something to something else. So in Avatar, it might be as a human imagination, as the movie was thinking about being connected to the earth and the matrix and nature, and the nature is not what you should be praying to. Actually, you should be praying with to Almighty God.
So is a Salah praying?
Praying, Now, do I know exactly how it should be as a how to? Of course, I cannot tell you exactly.
Because there's a hadith about.
If God Himself was letting it
This
free,
has to be a good hadith. This is your first and last.
All right, this
by the way,
hadith
a lot of
talks about.
Muslim. I'm crazy in the Muslim world. I'm a little bit like, oh really? So Salah was taking. Yeah, because well, ahlan wa sahlan. Why not? Bring it on. Bring it on.
Sorry, can I ask something?
Yes, sir. What's up, brother?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Is Zahid al-Bukhari authentic?
Sahih al-Bukhari. Well,
Yeah, that's why we call it Sahih.
So yes or no? Just a question.
it's not a yes and no question.
Okay, but how you decide?
I'll tell you.
Yes,
Well, how is it tied? I'll tell you. Bukhari said there is a very famous hadith that من ارتد على ديني فاقتلوه. That's a Sahih Bukhari. On the Prophet Muhammad said that من ارتد على دينه فاقتلوه. What does it mean? Whoever converts back from Islam, like get out of Islam, kill him. That simple hadith with all this, with these words. Now, this is what's said to hadith, okay, by what the Prophet said. Now, you want me to believe that the same Prophet said that he have a wahi from Jibreel telling him that God told him in his verses that la ikraha fid-din, that means you don't force in religion. Lakum dinakum waliya dini, another verse. You have your religion, I have my religion. This was when Muhammad was faced with Quraysh people and he told him, you want to believe in whatever? Do it. I'm going to believe in whatever I'm going to do. They came to him. They offered him fucking the women, the money, the real estates, everything. He doesn't want it. So you take your religion, you keep it, I'll take mine. So that's how the main core of Islam. Now, if you want to tell me that Bukhari
Sorry, but
told
that's
me,
not true.
that Prophet Muhammad said these words about getting converted and then get shot or killed.
But so some things are good and some things are bad, and you just take the good ones.
Thank you. I'll take only the things that match the Quran.
But if you deny it, then you're in trouble.
That's why I told you.
No,
That's why I
actually,
told you at
God
the beginning.
said that.
That's
we
why I
have
told
to
you at the
follow-
beginning. It's not a yes or no question, right?
Yeah.
I told you it's not a yes or no.
Wait a minute. Like God said that we have to only follow His words, and if anything contradicting His words, we will not follow. And God said in Quran, "Lakum dinakum waliya din." So that means that anyone with any other religion, we do not have anything to do with it.
If you're asking me the question, I want to ask you the question. Do you take Bukhari as yes or no? Do you believe it?
Bukhari is a human being. You take like a human being words over God's words? Are you kidding?
So you're gonna take a percentage out of 100%. You're gonna take a percentage out of it, not 0, but definitely not 100 as well.
Yeah, exactly. And anything contradicting Quran, we should not take it.
Inshallah, God.
But you need these to understand it. Isn't it right?
Yeah, we understand that. The Arabian people, like, we understand Quran.
No, but you need these to understand it completely. You need the context of the verses.
Actually, hadith, they were made just because to put some extra rules to follow these rules. Like it's sunnah. Like it's not the main thing. And God in Quran, He said that you need to follow my words, which is Quran. You know, like He didn't say that you have to follow the hadith. Yeah, God said that you need to go ahead and follow what Prophet said, and you believe in Prophet, but like anything contradicting Quran, we cannot follow it.
But how do I know how Muhammad lived without the hadiths?
Sorry?
How do I know how Muhammad lived? If I'm a Muslim, I must live like him, right?
Yeah,
Or
if
should
you are
try
a
to.
Muslim, you have to follow Quran first, which comes first, and then Hadith. Yeah. I'm not quite sure what is your question.
Yeah, but there are many like problematic hadiths.
Yeah, problematic Hadith from your side, like from your understanding, not me, not Muslims.
Literally word for word. The question from my understanding. So it says that Muhammad married a 6-year-old and then slept with her when she was 9. So I just from my understanding, how can?
All right, sorry about that, guys. Yeah, we're not gonna have that topic in here.
Thanks, Mega.
Yeah, listen, it's the best we can do.
Assalamu alaikum, Ramadan
Oh, it's
Mubarak.
it's fine, but you can keep him, but
That's
it's
not
not
free
understanding.
That's
I'm
not
gonna
free
focus on this.
Ramadan Mubarak.
Yeah, we'll give him a 5-minute break.
Ramadan.
Speech doesn't exist.
I was listening to the sister speak on the Quran, and a lot of my brothers who are Arab speakers, they could literally recite the Quran in Arabic, but even themselves have a difficulty understanding classical Arabic, so they would have to undergo some formal training to actually understand the classical Arabic, even though they may speak the language.
You're not absolutely wrong, but for Arab speaker it's easier. That's it. You're not absolutely wrong. There is words like in the classical Arabic that even the Arabic speaker have to study it again and again.
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah, but it's easier for the Arabic speaker to understand the language directly. That's it. That's the point she was trying to make.
So, what exactly is the topic here today? I came in at the tail end, so I just wanted to
Bible and the
get
Quran.
like a recap.
Guys, I just want to say I didn't mean it in a bad way. I'm just asking, so you don't need to answer, but just
Are you a Muslim, Brad?
I'm not a Muslim, no.
Oh, okay. Okay.
You know something. I tell you, I can tell you something about the Islam. Like first of all, if you go to let's say the genesis of the Islamic Genesis, Allah created Adam and then He called angels to bow down to him. Now, logically, why you should bow down only to Allah. But now Allah says, no, Habib, every one of you, actually it doesn't say everyone, it says angels, bow down to Adam. And then have Injil, that he resisted to bow down. I mean, like what the Muslims today do, they say, I would not bow down to any man. So Injil did this, not Injil, sorry, the Iblis. He didn't bow down, so he got kicked out. Okay, so now here's the thing. If Allah brings something even illogical to your understanding and even immoral, as a Muslim, you need to obey it. It's not something you're doing good works, you're obeying Allah, even you don't understand. This is what I see in the Muslim. And even if you're gonna bring the hadith of the, Prophet Muhammad sleeping with the 6-year-old girl, I mean, you just need to accept it.
9 years old.
Listen, I don't want to keep dropping people, please. Can we pick a different?
Okay, how about Elza? You have to accept Elza.
But as far as Prophet as far as the Quran itself referencing a man making sajda to Adam, I mean, we really only worship and only bow to Allah, but you have to remember that that was by Allah's command, not by Adam's command, but that was by Allah's command to Iblis. And he rejected because he was proud, right? And so when you go into the word shaitan, the shaitan, which means far, distant, removed from truth or goodness. And so Adam or the Iblis rebelled. He was given a time. He was given an authority. But the authority was given to him. The command was made by Allah to make Adam, or to submit to Adam. So it wasn't like Adam saying, "Oh, submit to me." No, it was Allah giving authority, or giving a command to Iblis to submit, and he couldn't submit because he was proud. So it has nothing to do with worshiping Adam. There's no contradiction in terms of making obeisance to Allah.
Okay, now question: if there isn't a Bible verse that says, okay, there will come a prophet, okay, and every nation, every tongue shall worship him, and this is commandment of Allah. Would you do as Iblis do, or would you do what angels would do?
The thing is, angels cannot disobey. So the thing is, Allah says in the Quran that to every nation we have raised a messenger. So if Allah has commanded the believers to follow the messenger, honor the messenger brings a Sirat al-Mustaqim. It is a messenger that brings a revelation of Allah, which is the straight path of Allah. And so being obedient to Allah is being obedient to his messenger. So the obedience is required of the believer to the messenger of Allah.
Yeah, even you understand or not, right? Like even if if it feels you not even illogical thing, right?
I have a question for Saur before you answer.
Yeah.
You said even if the order seemed immoral to you.
Yeah, exactly.
So my question, how you define morals then? Is it something within or it's something above?
It's something given by God.
Something that is good is something what is bad. This is like
Yeah, how do you define what is good or bad?
okay. First of all, if you go, let's say I don't like, let's say something that I don't like, it's been done to me. I will not do the same thing to other.
That's subjective.
What I love be done to me, I will do the same thing to other.
That's subjective. That's your preference. It's not your preference doesn't define the morals of humanity.
No, this is constitution of the morality.
Who said so?
Well, can I add, brothers, really quick? The thing is, Allah's knowledge is infinite, and in His wisdom. If you go back into the Quran, you get a chance to see Moses walking with the wise men. In the Hadith, they refer to that wise man as Qadir, right? The green one, right? Moses was walking with the wise man, but the wise man was actually giving Moses commands that he did not understand, that on first sight that he thought was evil. He was given instructions to destroy a wall, and that wall would fall on a child or fall under the people under that wall, and then the person would be crushed by it. And then Moses questioned the wise man and said to him, why would you kill or hurt these innocent people? So from Moses' limited knowledge and perspective in that surah, what was happening was an apparent evil. But then the wise man told Moses that you can't walk with me because you didn't have faith, nor did you actually have a comprehensive knowledge. So sometimes in our limited knowledge or understanding, a commandment from Allah through one of His messengers on the surface may have an apparent quote-unquote evil, when really, when the wise man got through explaining to Moses, why did you kill the child? Why did you make the commandment to kill the child? Because the wise man said to Moses, because that child will one day, his parents were holy and righteous people, and that child one day will cause their parents to deviate, right? So again, on the surface, with limited knowledge, if you have to understand and trust in the goodness of Allah, the righteousness of Allah and His word, it's not about what appears. You mentioned something regarding the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, in his life. First of all, number one, it is typical in that time, and I don't want to go into it because I want to respect the believers and the brothers' wishes, but I'll say this. Number one, anytime in the ancient times, one of the ways that they began to facilitate matrimony, even they do it for different reasons, to establish blood ties, to establish relationship between warring tribes, to establish if brothers are being murdered at war, those commandments were given, right? But in reference specifically to the question that you asked is this. Sometimes when you go back into the history of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, Aisha was 9 years of age. Now, we have no authentic hadith that says when, quote unquote, for the lack of a better word, that the Prophet Muhammad is doing exactly what you said that he did. One of my sheikh explained to me that at that time, they would he wanted to establish a blood tie between him and Abu Bakr. He wanted to establish a blood family tie between him and his brother. Not literal brother, but Abu Bakr himself. So through that, it would allow the future wife to come up into the household and custom of Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. He would understand his ways. He would understand his culture. He would understand how he practiced the religion of Islam, which makes it easier so that when she is of age, it makes the transition easier into marriage, into the greater relationship as she gets older. So yes, he did marry her at 9, and she did live with him, and she did live in the culture of Islam that was predominated in his household. And she did get to know him, but he did not enter her at a young age. So typically, at that time, that's why those things were permitted.
Sorry, but that's not true. You've got something wrong
Can I
with
say
the
something?
ages.
Correct,
It was married with 6.
correct me. Say it one more time.
It was married with 6 and consummate with 9.
That does
Okay.
not exist
Thank
anymore,
you.
but anyway, can I say something quickly? Hi. Well, I'm gonna add to your point, Jamie. Hi, everybody. I was sitting down while I was hearing you guys. For what you were saying, it's historically it's different. Okay? Puberty age was different in the old age before being interrupted hormonally and with everything that's being happened. Even our grandmas in the Middle East, for example, our marriage age and maturity for women was completely different. A 15-year-old was and 12 were like fully mature women and married, and now even 30 we don't get to that level of maturity. So it's completely different, by the way, biologically and how would you say it, emotionally, if you may say. That's one point. The other thing, what you said, Jamie, this is one of the stories, but according to historians, there's two views. Some would say that according to the historians and the way that the age was calculated, she was above 9 because her sister Asma was, like, they're referencing the age because there isn't as clear details on that. Yes, there's something a bit weird in the story of the 9-year-old because Sayyida Aisha was married to Prophet Muhammad for 9 years. And then she was the one during that time who was responsible for communicating with the women and the fatawi that relates to women. And she had a very key part in her during that marriage. Was she like 6? Like if we're gonna add 6 to 9, what? She's like from 6 to 15 doing that. There's something that doesn't sit right. So for religiously, they're accepting the story that you mentioned, and that's what you says. Historians and Islamic historians are saying a completely different version of that. That she was 12 and then, or 16, something between 12 and 16 years old. Not exactly age. I cannot remember details. And the other thing is, what is faith? Faith is believing in something that you cannot see. If you need evidence for everything, that's not faith. That's actually knowing by fact, and that's what science says. But faith and spirituality and belief, it's believing in the unknown, believing without knowing why, believing in something that is much bigger than you. And this is where people get stuck in the middle, right? And you need to understand something, either it's Christianity or Islam or any other religion. The whole idea of what we've been shaken in the past 60, 70, or let's say 100 years has nothing to do with religion. The more you create contradiction, the more you start picking those little holes, the more you get people away. But eventually, we all have one system. You would want to connect to your creator. Call it call it a mantra, call it tasbih, call it prayer, call it meditation. They're all the same. Even people who run away and go in circles because they're smart enough to not follow a stupid religion, they will come back to following new age spirituality and going like kumbaya on with everything. So it is all running in the same circle. So people should be a bit aware of why this is being done, why there's a lot of stories, why there's a lot of those nitty-picky holes. If you go down that rabbit hole, you get lost. But if you have a strong faith, even without having, I don't have a lot of answers, but because I believe blindly, people call me stupid. People call me I'm too smart to actually believe like that. But there's something that sits in the heart, al-yaqeen, and knowing, we know with our hearts, not with our minds. By the way, and even now science proved that we know by heart. Neurons on the heart are the same number of neurons in the brain, and the way that we connect and we know truth is different. Even when you feel somebody's liar, it's not the logic in the brain is clicking. Something in your body is not sitting right. It's like, I'm not feeling right with this Jimmy guy, but I don't have the logic why. And that's what is the heart doing. But when we talk about religion, Quran, Bible, whatever it is, you talk about it with logic, you will always find the contradictions and you will always find the reasons to poke or to demean somebody else just because he's different and everything and all that. But for example, for us in religion, we're not supposed to do that. Neither to Christians or any other religion. The لكم دينكم ولي دين. You have your religion and I have mine and I'll respect it. As long as that's your guidance to your God. At the end of the day, it's all the same story.
Hadith regarding your
Sorry?
what you said, I found the hadith in Saif al-Bukhari 6130. Aisha said, I used to play with the dolls in the presence of the Prophet, and my girl's friends also used to play with me. When the Messenger of Allah used to enter my dwelling place, they used to hide themselves, but the Prophet would call them and join them to play with them. The playing with the dolls and similar images is forbidden, but it was allowed for Aisha at the time, as she was a little girl, not reached the age of puberty yet. So what you said is in both ways false.
Do you know how you read hadith?
I read it out.
No. You know how you have to know the reference of it?
How?
No, because I know how to speak in this in English because my education is in Arabic, okay? So I study all Quran and everything in Arabic. But when it comes to hadith, it depends on the reference. Hala ya Hassan. It depends on the reference. Hala. You follow the reference. It's the same when you read a book or something. You follow references. You follow the reference. Who was it said by? What is the sequence of it? And some of them are strong and referenced, and some of them are not. Yeah, maybe Jamie, can you say it in English? Do you
Yeah, you're
understand
just
that?
talking about the train. There's a chain. There's a chain of there's a hadith chain. So when you were reciting, when you were reciting that hadith, she's actually trying to figure out what is the chain of narration of that hadith that you just spoke at.
And there's some are strong, some of them are weak that are just not referenced. And what you're saying is like some of them are not referenced. By the way, if it's daif, it's not. If it's a weak
But
one.
every single one describes her as a little girl.
But Joseph, are you saying this act moral or immoral?
It's immoral to have something for 9-year-olds. I think you want your daughter to engage with.
On what principle you say it's immoral?
Because I didn't want my daughter to have something with a 50-year-old if she's 9 years old.
So you're basing the morality on your subjective.
I didn't realize that's what he was talking about. I'm sorry, you guys an idiot. He sat on stage that long just to get to say that. He's sorry about that. Yeah, we can just pick up another.
Speak about morals or something else around intelligence.
But how you kick him? He just like he's just talking. It doesn't mean he means it in a bad way.
I put him in the audience. I didn't kick him. He can still listen.
But let's get to another point, okay? If you've been traveling around and you've seen different communities, if you've seen the different communities, the age of marriage is a very subjective matter. I cannot be living in a city in modern life and judging people who live in rural areas under the same standards. It's completely different. And if you go to those societies, men are men at the age of 17. Oh God, like literally their full-blown responsibility level is completely different. And probably in the US, by the way, we have the same thing. It's like farmers have a different responsibility levels than kids are living in the city in the individualized concept of society. So society building and the way that we approach marriage and responsibilities and all these things are different from age to age. You cannot put a generalized age. As long as somebody reached puberty and they have the proper decision making and they have the proper mindset, you cannot put something as a number for all societies. You cannot do it. It's bullshit, by the way, in my opinion.
Like a question for Raul and I ask the question for Joseph. And the question never been answered. Like whatever act you're gonna pick and choose from the Islam, and you're gonna say this act is moral or immoral. I want to know how you're gonna define this act being moral or immoral.
Morality is subjective to the environment, to the upbringing, to the set of standard beliefs in the environment in which you exist in.
But
Yeah,
at the same time, you're saying there is no action that is moral or immoral, depending on the environment. If the environment deem something as immoral, it become moral. If the environment deem something as the same thing as immoral, it become immoral. So the action, like for example, it doesn't matter. So there is no action moral or immoral. It's like the preference of the society at that time.
Right.
Yeah, so I want to mention that some morals, and for the most part, yeah, they're subjective. But what you do have are practicality, or you do have things that, well, you would say, well, this is actually harmful or not harmful. So, like for instance, like it might be wrong for somebody to eat pork. That would be like moral, but it'd be right for somebody else. But what's objective is sort of the certain things that like how it affects the body. So if there's objective sort of scientific evidence that shows, well, this is harmful to the body, that would suggest that it's not a practical thing to do.
Well, if you look at it that way, you got to look at it. All bodies are different, and what works for you may not work for me. It depends on a whole lot of variables. When it says this one thing does this one thing to everybody, and the only thing, and the only thing that I know that does that is oxygen.
Yeah, and like he said, body are different, it's a good thing. And science change through the time, like what consider like healthy, consider unhealthy in sometimes. So it depends on the development of science, and science keep developing through the years. So it's not like 100% sure, but you can say 70%.
Yeah, to some extent, it is. Oh, wait, to some extent, it is determined on your body. Also, to some extent, the science changes, but this is not obviously the case for everything. Nobody is able to say a cigarette is good for me, but it's not good for you, and no one can say that the scientific evidence is going to change the fact that smoking a cigarette or smoking chemicals or whatever the case may be is going to change. So yes, science does change to some extent, but also even some things are different. Like obviously, like maybe I can eat gluten, but you can't. But there are some things that are concrete and they don't change.
But you saying that like we don't consider the harm part. Actually, we consider the harm part. That part is already covered. Like the harm part, like we already have discussion about this, I guess, but we can revisit it if you want to, because there is strict ruling about the harm part in that category in Islam. So we consider that part also. But my question is not about the harm itself, because the harm doesn't necessarily have to be in the category of moral or immoral. For example, marrying multiple wives and marrying one wife. Some deem one act moral and some deem one act immoral. And there is no direct harm to the body, to each, I don't know, person or something like that. So my question is not about the harm in specific, but it's a broader sense about morality. Because morality doesn't depend on the harm in particular, I guess, but it has a relationship with it. But my question is still valid. Like, if you consider only the harm, you will have multiple subject not being answered in the moral department. Like, for example, the example that Saul gave, like when he said, bow to Allah and bow to Adam. He considered bowing to Adam is immoral. He considered that. And there is no harm to it. So my question is, without overthinking things, how are you gonna define what is moral or immoral? With putting in the mind, there is some aspect of action doesn't harm.
There's one rule. What fruits will your act bring? If I do something bad, then it will probably, the result will also be bad. If I do something good, the result will probably be good.
Yeah, that's partly what I was kind of appealing to as well is because morality is subjective, or what somebody deems okay or right or wrong is subjective. One way we can sort of both meet in the middle is through a sort of objective test. And so if we can tell, because not everything may be able to be tested, but if something's able to be tested, like let's say for instance, like again, like the fact that it's like dressing modest, right? If dressing modest produces better results than not dressing modest, then that would sort of suggest that, okay, maybe we should dress modest. And it doesn't have to be dressing modest, it could be anything, right? If there's any particular rule, and you see, like, even for instance, like when you're trying to correct your kids, and you're seeing, and maybe you grew up thinking, okay, if my kid does something wrong, I smack him, or I hit him with a stick, or whatever, I whip him with a belt. But if it's more effective to talk to the individual and to maybe tell them, hey, you can't do this or that, then that would suggest where the better direction is to go.
I just think you can define morality like if it's good or bad. If you just, for us Christians, for example, if you follow the 10 commandments, I think it's so in English.
Commandments.
I'm not sure. Yeah, right. If you follow them.
Like when you say that something will end up good and bad, like we are turning in a circle, because morality is the question of good and bad. You can't say I will test the morality by the morality itself. It's like explain water by water. And on your point, Smiler, like forget the point, astaghfirullah.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, the thing I was saying is, like, sort of take morality out of the conversation, mainly because, like you said, morality is subjective. Because,
but I don't believe that. I don't believe that morality is subjective. I believe that morality.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I believe morality is subjective.
Right. Well, would you say that for everything? Because, like, if not, or if so, how are you saying it's subjective?
No, I'm not denying the fact there is a room where the morality change depending on the situation, and that be considered on the objectivity of it. Like the objectivity of the morality lets you wiggle in certain situation. I accept that. Like when you explained that before, I accept that and I take it also. But I believe that nevertheless, I believe that the morality is objective.
I mean, once the parties agree, like, yeah, like if me and you agree, hey, look, we both believe in the Quran, we both believe in Allah, and now our between us, morality has become objective because we both go to the same guideline. But if me and you have a difference of opinion,
I could try, like, even if someone believes in someone like completely atheist, probably I can have a way to try to convince them that morality is objective, like even without believing in God. Intuition is objective. Yeah, and intuition drives you to survive. So surviving is considered something objective in humanity.
I mean, I don't really believe in anything. Like, I don't follow specific or some direction in the absence of knowing. I just say that I don't know and be honest about it and open myself up to the knowing. And if I never get to that place, once I get to that place, then I know. But to agree and say this is the correct way when I know I don't know, then I just be lying to myself.
We can recognize the correct way, by the way. That's what
why we have mind. Like, we don't know the correct way, but we can recognize it. Do you agree with that?
Well, if using the word correct is having more desired outcomes than undesirable, then yeah.
But desire will like deceive people sometimes. The word desire.
Well, when I say desirable outcomes, meaning things working out in your favor more than not.
Yeah. Even so, like, even when something working on your favor doesn't mean that something is moral. Like, for example, you can be a banker and screw everybody up and take all their money, and nobody gonna catch you because you're playing with the law. So it works in your favor, but that I don't consider that act is immoral, and it fit your definition.
No, I think that was like a kind of a bad example. If she's stealing and she's getting
Not stealing, scamming, not stealing, playing the law.
She's playing the law. So if you're playing the law, then that means that you know that you're not the law. So right then you understand that what you're doing is wrong. Like, you can attempt to manipulate yourself and lie to yourself.
But it's permissible by the law.
What you're doing, but you definitely know. That's the intuition that allows you to feel that thing as soon as you do it.
My point is, what benefit you doesn't mean necessarily, or what benefit others, or what benefit you especially doesn't mean necessarily that is moral. It could be. I'm not denying the fact that it could be, but it can't be 100% it is. Like the group and like there is morality of the individual and there is morality of the group and there is the morality of the different group. And when each morality intervene with other, mingle with others, a new morality will come up. You understand my view? Because it's more complex than like stealing or I don't know, stealing or raising or something. It's, I think the conversation is morality is more complex. And I want to reference something like 70% of the Quran is talking about morality. Like 70% is talking about story that give you idea about morality. And I think like the book, I think the Bible also, the life of Jesus also. So morality is the thing to think about. And this is my question, this is my first question. Where we derive the morality from then?
I think it derives from, me personally, I think it derives from the empathy center. And the empathy center is the same reason that when we see a baby go goo goo gaga and we go oh, or if we're watching something and the person hits their crotch on a pole, we go ooh. It's the empathy center that allows us to understand that I can understand what that feels like. So because I don't want to impose it on someone because I know it hurts and it'll probably hurt me too, then I build a sense of morality from that base. It says now because I don't want my stuff stolen, because I see how it is when people steal your stuff, then I'm not going to steal anybody else's stuff. This is how bases of moralities are found. And when you go to a book like the Quran or the Bible, they say, well, in this we have a belief that you only do X, Y, and Z. And then when they all agree, then that becomes a morality base.
You know what? I don't completely disagree with you, but I don't agree with you. Because in my understanding, like as a human, there is a morality basis in us. Like we can recognize good and bad. There is basis of it.
That's the empathy center that I was speaking of when I initially spoke.
Yeah, but that base is not complete. That's my point. Like that base is not only not complete, it's how it can be affected easily.
Right. So the way that we understand that it's not complete is because when you go around another person who's living off different basis of morale, then you guys find a common ground of just let's respect each other. And because that morality in which you have is incomplete, it's incomplete for a reason, so that you can, well, I think, so that you can find a broader perspective and see that you can now coexist and co-create with people that you don't have 100% of things in common with.
Okay, that's good for the first part. How about the second part? It is easily influenced.
Yes, I think it is definitely easily influenced, but there's a caveat there. It's easily influenced to the gullible. It says, well, what makes you gullible? The lack of questioning. Because if you can question things for clarity, then therefore you're not easily convinced by way of other people's convictions. So
But that's the trick.
Huh?
That's the trick of it. Like,
right,
you thinking you are not gullible is the base idea for you being gullible.
Well, see, the thing is a person can think what they want, but you can question as much as you need until you believe in your mind that you've reached a point of clarity. So therefore, as the person can say, "Oh, this person thinks that they can ask me enough questions and that they're not going to be manipulated." It says, "Well, that's what's going to stop the manipulation, because when I asked that 99th question and you only had 98 answers, then I become the problem, and then you show your hand." And it usually happens.
Your life is too short. Like, your life is, I don't know, our life, not your life, astaghfirullah. I'm not saying that you're gonna die.
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, our life is too short. Like, we can't get the answer of every question. Like I said, like the morality conversation is so big. And like there is fact that we agree on. Like, we have basis as a human, we have basis of morality, like we can recognize it. And we already agree there is, and it is easily influenced to turn the other cheek, like to do the opposite. And we can see this in our life, like we see the bad things that happened in our life. That's a direct fact to support that morality is easily affected. So from these three facts, wouldn't you recognize that the one who implanted morality in you is showing you morality also?
You said that the one root what now?
The one. If we agree that we have a way to recognize what's good and bad, so we have like a code for morality in us, like intuition.
Oh yeah. I can agree with that. It's kind of like the code for the empathy center reads out morality in ones and zeros.
Yeah. So wouldn't you say that the one who put the code in us try to prevent us from be easily influenced in the world that we are living in? Like the whole bed that we are living in. And you can't say like, I am not gullible, because the most of the world is gonna say the same thing, and the most of the world doing bad thing is the same thing. Like the horrifying thing that we are living now is more than we ever seen.
Right. So I mean, I don't have a lot to do with what everybody else thinks and feels about themselves. It's kind of not my business. I definitely got the will and the idea to self-identify for the things that work for me. But when it comes to bad things happening and stuff like that, when I hear the people who speak of their religious beliefs and gods and stuff like that, it says, well, if you believe that God has everything in control and is all-knowing and omnipresent and has an order and it has a plan and all these other things, then for you to look at the world and how it's going and say that I wish it would change, that would be you interfering with God's plans. So now the question goes back to your morality. Is this idea on which your basis is founded upon? Do you even believe it? Because it's like you're trying to fix the thing that you say is perfect, put into duration. So the way that I look at this is like when I hear the people saying, why won't the world change, or why can't everybody be happy, or why all these bad things happen, it's like this is the way it's supposed to be, isn't it?
Sorry, man. I had to do something. Sorry. I will be back. Just 2 minutes.
That's what questioning does. You don't lie to our victim.
Yo. Sorry, to work.
Yeah, I think I need to go as well. I'm at work, so be later. I'll be back later on.
Is anyone here? Barth, are you still here? Dargus, are you good?
Megatron. Megatron, you there?
Hello, is anyone here?
I'm here. I guess you and me at this point. Are you Muslim?
Not yet, I'm open.
Oh. What do you think of my photo?
What do I think about what?
My picture profile.
Let's see here. Who is that? I don't know who that is. Who is it? Is that a Kardashian?
Yeah.
And who's the other guy?
I guess her boyfriend.
That's my boyfriend?
No, her boyfriend.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know what I think about it. Why? What do you think about it?
I don't know. I was gonna ask. Because usually they're supposed to be dressed up when it goes to the site.
Are you eating a sandwich or a burrito or a falafel? Like, what's going on there?
Sunflower seeds.
Okay, can you just stop that when you're talking? It's kind of gross. Anyone else? No one else is in here? Okay.
Read.
Read what? What did you want me to read for you? Did you need me to read something from your book for you? Or is there something else? What do you recommend? Oh, I see. I didn't even notice the title, Bible and Quran. You want me to read the Quran? Barth, did you want me to read the Quran or the Bible or both or what? What's your recommendation?
Yeah, you should read the Quran. You'll be better off. You think more your style.
You think it holds more truth?
For you, yeah, because it's really simple.
It is? Can you
That's
just
what you need. You need something really simple.
give me the takeaway?
I don't know.
You don't know? How did you determine it's
It's really simple. There's no Trinity. There's just one. There's one. There's one. There's one. That's it. That's all you gotta remember. There's one.
Okay. One what?
There's one. We don't know what the one is, but it's just one.
Oh, okay. But you recommend it? Okay. So you just recommend it for me? For everyone? Sounds like you're agnostic to your position. That's fine. I'm open too. I'm agnostic, so. But it sounds like you recommend that I read the Quran as opposed to the Bible. Okay, I'll remember that and I'll spread the word for you. I'll let them know that Barth recommends the Quran over the Bible. Nargis must be getting her nails done or something, huh? Is that why she put that image in there? Because she wants people to know she's like some kind of artistic dancer or something. I don't know. Let me look at that. I gotta open this thing to see closely. Oh, she's got those kind of like little stumpy hands. She must be like 5'1". I bet you she's like 5'1". I think she's like, she looks like she's like a super artistic, like, I don't know, like just really, I don't know, I gotta think about some words to describe her. But it's very artistic. She definitely wants you to look at her hands, though. I mean, why else would you be a woman who chooses that picture in your PTR on a public platform, you know? And I respect her for that. I respect her for her art. Barth, does she work for you in your New York theater productions? Is that why she's up here as a mod? Because she's one of your You're not sure about that. You're agnostic on that too. Okay. Just for the record, I came in and I asked Barth what I should, he said read. And I asked him what does he recommend, and I had failed to see the room title, but once I remembered to look, I asked him what he recommended between the two, and he told me I should read the Quran. He said it's, I guess it's easier to digest or understand than the Bible, because he said it's just about one as opposed to the Trinity. But I know that the Bible is a little bit split. Like there's a portion of it that's a little bit different than the Trinity. I think it's called the Torah. And so, I don't know. I'm just trying to learn. So maybe someone could help me figure out if I should read something different. I'm a little bit confused. But Barth did say that he recommends the Quran. Or the crayon, or I don't really know how you pronounce it. I don't speak Arabic or Aramaic or Dutch or whatever that is. I'm not really sure what it is. Are there any other recommendations in the room? Like anybody who might know what I should read? Let me see. Check the chat. He is trolling you. Okay. I don't know what that means. Is he? So he didn't mean that. He's trolling me. I don't even know what that means. I always think of fishing when I think of trolling. I figure it's someone like throwing a line and pulling it behind a boat at a slow pace to fool fish. So. Sure what's going on there, but. And then this Nargis person, I think, is one of Barth's theater production students or something like that, because her PTR indicates that that's like a headshot for some kind of portfolio or I don't know. Something she presents to potential people that would hire her for a gig, you know, maybe an advertisement or a dance production or something like that. It just looks like she's really like wants you to look at her hand, and then also it's kind of flash dance to me, kind of 80s. So that's cool. So Nargis is probably just one of this guy's students is what I'm putting together here, because I don't know if you guys know, but Barth is a New Yorker who runs a theater production company. And so that's why he's so good at this. And I guess his kids do some local advertising or something. I don't know. And I've heard that he's in cahoots with 10, the Jamaican guy with the modeling picture in his PTR. I don't know if you've heard of him. But I think they do a lot of work together. And I agree, Islamic guidance, he's, I think he means well. I think he just, it's not that my head wants to explode, it's just that I try to understand, the hurdles he faced as a child, and I try to be empathetic to the pain that he's exuding most times he speaks. So I try to be understanding and patient with him, because he obviously is slow and he's of a lower IQ. I think he's probably, I'm not going to go 89er on Islamic guidance. I'm thinking more like he could be like mid 90s, which is still below the average, at least in the United States. I'm not sure what it is in Muslim-run countries where they have Sharia in play in their society. And I haven't, honestly, I've asked Muslims what they recommend I look into for a Sharia-run country that I should look at the stats on. I haven't gotten a straight answer. So I don't know what the average IQ is in those Muslim-run countries that are Sharia-based, but that's kind of how I approach Islamic guidance. So yeah, I hear you. It is, I agree with you. I just don't know what he needs, and if he needs something from me, I'm willing to, with open arms, provide that for him the best I can. So. Oh, Caleb's in here. I'd refresh. Caleb's here. He is a Dawra expert. So I don't know if he would go against the recommendation that Barth just provided with regard to what holy scripture I should focus on. You weren't in here, I don't believe, unless you were. I hadn't refreshed my screen, but Caleb, he recommended the crayon to me. He said it's simple, more simple than the Bible, and it's all about one or something, which I don't think applies to your version of the Bible that you focus on, because I know that you focus on the front part of it, which I don't think has anything to do with a triune of celibate male father figures like the second part does. But I could be mistaken. Does the front part of the Bible have a triune entity? It's hard for these gentlemen to describe. I don't know if I'm familiar with it, and you can help if you'd like, if you can come up. And for the record, I'm still waiting for Caleb to let me know what role his, I know he's an atheist, but he has like a story that he is an expert in. And I don't know what role the invisible boss of the Torah is playing in Gaza currently, or in Iran. I just wanted to know, because I keep getting mixed messages from local spokespeople from the White House, as well as the spiritual guidance coming from within the White House, and then also the top brass of the U.S. military industrial complex, we now call it Department of War, led by Pete Kegsbreath. I was just wondering, is it a holy war? is this a supernatural real estate deal? I'm trying to figure out what role exactly the Yahweh and Iran currently, because I'm hearing that it's a spiritual and holy war that is ushering in the return of Jesus through an orange psychopath that rapes children. And I just wondered if you had any input on that, because I'm not really getting the story. So if you could help with that, it'd be greatly appreciated. Thanks, Caleb. Caleb, you can just hear me, so you can just put it in the chat. Okay, I'm happy to help you, dummy. Oh, I guess he's not speaking to me. Were you speaking to Barth? Asking if he needed help modding the floor here? Barth, I think Caleb is saying he wants to help you mod, because he said he wants to help you, dummy. Okay. Anyway, so that's the question on the table I have for Caleb is, as a rabbi who doesn't believe in God, just recognizes and perpetrates a story of old, is Yahweh responsible for something in Gaza? What role is Yahweh playing in Gaza? And is the White House the press secretary for the orange pedophile, the top brass of the U.S. Department of War, led by Ken Kegseth? I'm sorry, I keep getting confused. That's Ken, what's his name? Peter Kegseth. Pete Hegseth is the Secretary of War, but I think he changed that too. I think he didn't like the term secretary, it was too feminine. So he now is the CEO of War. But all their representatives and their spiritual representatives are saying that this is now a holy and spiritual endeavor, ushering in Jesus through violence and man-made weaponry. So I just wondered, is this accurate information, Rabbi man, or not? And as a follow-up, for a different region, slightly, what role exactly have you determined your story God, is it? I don't know if it's a real God. I can't remember who believes that, but at least as part of the historical documentation that you guys perpetrate, does Yahweh play a role directly in Gaza? Those are my questions. So if you're ready to come up, you can just so you have an on, so you can bring me up. Are any of the mods there? Yeah, I'm not a mod, but you're more than welcome to come up. See, here he is. Rabbi, what role is your story God playing in Gaza currently? That would be the first question, because I've asked it a number of times and it hasn't been answered yet. Could you?
My story is which way the shekel goes is the way I go.
The freckle?
The shekel.
Shekel. Hold on, let me look that up. Is that a monetary piece?
Yes.
Okay, let me see. And what does that equate to in US dollars? Because I'm kind of stupid.
Let me see. It's always changing.
Okay, it's 32 cents. So like a third of a dollar. So you just go by so let's just call it a quarter. Like for me, it'll make it easier for me because that's what I relate to. It's U.S. monetary numbers. Interesting. Okay, so you go the way of the quarter. Okay. That's interesting.
All money is culture money.
Is there anything else you'd like to contribute?
Yeah. If it ain't broke, don't spend a shekel.
All right. That's good. That's good advice. Anything you'd like to close with before you go back down to the audience?
Before we go down to the audience.
Yeah, weren't you just on your way down?
Maybe.
Okay. And you're more than welcome to stay. Again, I'm not hosting this. This is Barth's room where he told me that I should read the crayon and not necessarily the Bible because it's too complex.
What's your foundation right now? Are you agnostic, atheist, or?
Yeah. All that stuff. Whatever you know what? I'm just gonna go with what you want. What do you want me to be?
I don't know. It's up to you to decide. Are you gonna go by someone's standards because they label you?
Or isn't that what you've done? Aren't you going by God's standards?
I can't label you. I don't know your thought. I don't know your heart.
Okay.
So how can I label you?
Well, what do you think I am?
I think you're some guy. I don't know your intentions just yet.
Well, you didn't ask my intentions. That's a different question. I thought you were just asking about my spiritual God belief position.
How would you describe yourself? In that standing.
Mostly like a humanitarian. How about you? What would you describe yourself as?
A rabbi.
Oh, okay. So are you well versed in the Torah?
I know quite well on the Torah.
And what do you think of the Goyim?
Goyim? What is there to think?
I guess not much. I've only heard negative things about the Goyim.
What's negative about them?
They're not Jews. Yeah, that's bad, right?
It's not necessarily being Goyim is bad, because there are two types of people out there. There's the Jew and the person who wants to be Jew. The Goyim are the ones that want to be Jew.
Oh, okay. So the Goy are Gentile, non-Jew, sometimes in a pejorative sense. Well, I'm not a Jew, so I don't qualify. I'm confused. Maybe you could help me out there, because since you're a rabbi. Is that a prerequisite for being a Goyim? I have to desire to be a Jew? Is that...
No, that's already in your nature.
Is me wanting to be a Jew?
Yep.
Okay, so it was just repetitive for you to say that. Okay, I got you.
So you don't desire a better quality of life, a promotion at your job or career, better quality of food.
Okay. So it's kind of like a fraternity. Like I want to join a fraternity.
I want to say it like that.
Would that be kind of accurate though, even though you wouldn't say that?
That'd be kind of very vague.
Oh, well, I feel like that's kind of what you just did. I'm just curious as how it differs from being in a fraternity.
The thing is, you're trying to comprehend the scope of the magnitude, but the thing is, How can you visualize a color you have never seen?
Rabbi, I hate to say it, but I think your reception is compromised because it's kind of breaking up and it's maybe you're disappearing from reception. I don't know if you're speaking or not, but that's just not.
There's somebody walked by, they were eating sunflower seeds.
Oh yeah, that was you earlier. So someone else was eating sunflower seeds in your midst? Interesting.
Yeah, in the vicinity.
Well, is there anything else you'd like to share? Is just like a general declarative statement? Or do you have any questions for me personally that I could help you with?
Is it better to be agnostic or atheist?
I think it's on a case-by-case basis. Additionally, I think you can be both since one deals with knowledge and the other deals with belief. So I think you could be an agnostic atheist technically, but adding the agnostic to it is uninformative at best.
Which one deals with the science and which one deals with the belief?
Well, I don't think either of them deal with science necessarily directly. I think that if you believe something, it could be incorrect. And if you know something, you would have stronger evidence for that belief.
Because atheists don't have science. Just because they don't have a relationship with a creator doesn't mean that they have proven anything.
Okay.
It would be another thing to say, hey, I did the research, I found the evidence, there's no proof for this, this is why I'm this. Now, that could be more respectful. But the thing is, they can't do that because there's overwhelming evidence.
I'm sorry, did you inform me of any new information so far? I'm just trying to figure out where you're going with this.
I mean, you can go outside and do a 360-degree circle and see all the evidence.
The evidence for what? I'm sorry.
The evidence for a creator.
Oh, okay. That's cool. Well, yeah, I mean, I think that's what Barth was saying, is that the evidence of Allah is more important than, I think, the one that Torah describes. Do you disagree with that sentiment?
Well, the thing is, the Quran, it bows down to the Torah. If you look at the Surah 3:3, 447, 568, 1094, 3171, I think I mentioned 1094, they bow down to the Torah and they say, go to the people of book and they're going to judge by their criteria.
Okay, so you recommend both then, is what you're saying?
No, if you're going to go somewhere, you might as well go right to the top.
Okay.
The top is being the Torah.
So you do recommend the crayon?
The Torah.
The Torah. Okay. All right. Well, I'll consider it. I do a lot of writing and reading in other domains, but I will look into this spiritual guidance book. Could you just maybe help me? I was speaking with another gentleman earlier who was in this room, and I asked him for some of the main takeaway points, any bullets, kind of the elevator speech for the Torah, and they couldn't really give me any. Do you have anything for me?
There's two types of people. You got the chosen and the goyim, the wannabe chosen. Who are you?
Chosen, first off, by whom and for what would be my follow-up questions before I answer that.
That's why you need the Torah.
Oh, okay, then yeah, I'm chosen.
You haven't read the Torah.
Well, what, are you chosen?
You gotta read the Torah and figure that out.
Are you chosen, Rabbi?
Have you read the Torah?
I'm asking you, are you chosen?
I don't want to give you the answer before you read the book.
Well, what if I'm not a good reader?
Then I don't know.
What would you recommend then? Do I need to be a good reader to understand?
You go to the synagogue and you have the read it to you.
Oh, okay. So one of your managers? Like an older gentleman that's better at this than you are?
Better than what?
Explaining to me if you're chosen, because I mean you don't know if you're chosen, so you need me to talk to another man about your status.
I can give you the answer, but I don't want to spoil it to you.
Okay, so is this important for me? I guess I'm just missing the value proposition here. What's going on?
Are you gonna have to read the Torah and then look for yourself?
Yeah, but like I said, I'm not a good reader, so I just wondered how to attain this understanding. And you said go to another man so he can tell me if you're chosen or not.
And so let me guess. Some Muslim is gonna come in later on and say, "Oh, the Quran is true." Then what are you gonna do? Go to the Quran next?
No, I'm gonna still ask you, or I guess one of your handlers, if you're chosen. Because that's the answer I'm looking for. Are you chosen or not, Rabbi?
You're gonna have to read the Torah. And plus the Quran says I'm chosen.
Oh, so you are chosen. Okay.
But I wanted you to read the Torah to figure it out.
Well, like I said, it shouldn't really matter what I read. I just wanted to know what you thought you were, and I guess you revealed that. I guess I must have like tricked you somehow into revealing that secret. So.
And what if I told you, if you go to the Evangelion, you read it for yourself, and it shows you where you're chosen? Would you accept it?
Well, I already told you that I am chosen.
But how were you chosen?
I don't know. You just asked me my opinion, and I chose that one. It was easier for me to answer the question than it was for you. So I guess I'm just more confident in my position than you are.
How can you explain that, though? Somebody asked you how you were chosen.
I was chosen by the forces of the universe.
That's not even an explanation. That's just a drive-by. That's just
how are you chosen?
Oh, easy. Somebody used to ask me. By the crucifixion and resurrection of the mighty Yeshua HaMashiach, Lord and Savior, true living God, the one who took our place on the cross and resurrected on the third day.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So is that how you're chosen? That's how people are chosen?
Oh, yeah.
All right. Good to know. Well, thank you for the information. Yeah, I guess I fit that bill as well. Thank you. I didn't know the actual whole backstory and how I was chosen, but now I do. Thank you.
And all atheists are gay.
Interesting. Okay. Is there anything? Are you under the impression that you choose to be gay, Rabbi? Rabbi, do you choose to be gay?
Sorry, I'm not atheist, so I wouldn't know. I'm not gay. I'm not atheist.
Do you think atheists choose to be gay?
You're gonna have to go to an atheist person because they intentionally do what they do.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess I'll just wait for an atheist to come up and ask. Because as far as I've been led to understand by talking with at least Christians, and I can't speak for you because I don't know your persuasion or your spice that you prefer, it seems like they struggle with deciding whether or not to make out with a dude if they're a guy, like on the daily, maybe on the weekly, and if they're a woman, I guess they struggle with deciding if they want to make out with other women since they choose to be gay.
You would have to go to an atheist.
Yeah, I was just sharing information with you about Christians. Christians are, at the very least, bisexual is what I've learned.
Why were you talking about the gay Christian? He just left because evil.
I'm not really sure what you're...
Yeah, but for the most part, atheists are gay. They're stupid. They're dumb. They can't agree on one thing. and then they try to use science, and it backfires when it comes to the God particle.
Interesting. You know, now that I've spoken with you further, I'm realizing you're a very intelligent person. Are you a man or a woman? I haven't.
What standards are you using?
I'm sorry, what was that? Your mouth seemed full.
No, somebody walked by.
Somebody walked by?
Yep.
And that prevented you from speaking clearly?
Yeah, because I was listening to.
Oh, okay. So I was asking you, are you, what's going on? Are you ready to talk?
I'm ready to talk. I'm sitting here in the restaurant, though.
Oh, you're in a restaurant. Okay. Is it kosher?
Yeah, they have sunflower seeds.
Awesome. So, I guess I'm a little bit confused. You are a rabbi, but you're also a Calvinist, is that right?
Who said I was a Calvinist?
Well, I thought you were chosen.
The only thing Calvin would be about me is maybe Calvin Klein, but I'm more of a regular type of man.
That's good. Is there anything else you wanted to present to me to help me do life better? I mean, it's been wonderful so far, and you are a very intelligent person. Like I said, I don't want to misgender you. You haven't yet told me what gender you are, but that's fine if you're fluid. I get it. You know, you do you.
Why is there a resounding amount of homosexual atheists?
I don't know. Is that the case?
It seems like almost at the point where you can't even tell the difference because they run parallel.
Interesting. Yeah. See, it's funny. What I've also noticed too is when I talk with rabbis and imams and all the different, religious persuasions and stuff, they're very, very concerned with homosexuality. Is there any particular reason for that?
I don't know. You're gonna have to ask the homosexual atheists. Why is that?
Oh, okay. Well, I guess, yeah. Well, they don't really talk about it. When I'm around atheists, they're not really talking about that kind of stuff. It's usually just the religious guys like you, so.
I figured maybe your cohorts would know.
Yeah, like I told you, I just told you I'm not really familiar with it, but the religious people are always talking about it, so I thought maybe you'd know.
They probably mention it because when an atheist person comes in, they start talking about their pride, how they want to be acknowledged, how they want to have their own month. So then
I'm sorry, it cut out. Someone walked by. Are we talking about religious people?
Oh, atheists. They come in, they want their own month.
Atheists right now.
They want their own month. They want to put on makeup. They want to be unproductive.
Interesting. Yeah, I guess I just don't know any people like that in my social circles, friends and stuff. But I mean, is this like a major part of your life? Is that why you're so concerned with it?
I don't know. We have this religious room here. You have people of different faiths coming here, and the atheists, they come in here with their pride. That's how I became aware of that.
Okay. Well, I don't want to make you feel uncomfortable. Is there something that I could do to soothe you? Because it sounds like it's kind of troubling.
Oh, how's it troubling to me?
Well, you keep talking about it, and I've told you, I'm unknowledgeable of this myself, but it sounds like it's a major part of your environment. Do you have a lot of people around you that are making you feel uncomfortable?
Well, you asked me a question, and then I explained to you. But the thing is, it's not so much as uncomfortable. I just find it weird.
Yeah.
Like, why do atheists prefer men when women have buttholes?
That's an interesting question. I haven't run into many atheists that feel that way. Most of my friends that aren't of persuasion, such as yourself, aren't concerned with other people's sexuality. So I've just never really found anyone as disturbed about it as you are. But I mean, you can go ahead here. I'm gonna mute up while you just voice.
I don't have concerns or anything like that, or fears. They just come in here and they start profaning their homoerotica.
Go on. You have another 60 seconds or so. Go ahead.
No, that's all goes in. That's all I know. But they go into the details when it comes to the homoerotica.
See, now I'm confused because so far we've been talking. You're okay. Well, so this
no
doesn't line up. So I guess
So if somebody talks and they say doctor a few times, does that make them a doctor?
Is that an open end?
It's a good question. So if somebody says that gay people come here and then they go into detail about their homoerotica, then how does that make the person saying that gay after hearing all that gay stuff?
Yeah, I'm just a bit confused. You're asking me questions I told you that I don't know the answers to, but it sounds like this is something that's a major part of your life. Are you currently seeking therapy, or do you have a life coach that you're involved with?
I think that's a question for atheists.
Well, what I would recommend is going into, there's a room, they regularly hold scheduled events. It's called God Talk. And it's an atheist room. It's hosted by Andrew R. He's an atheist, and he has a lot of atheist mods. You might want to go in there and just maybe inquire with.
Yeah, there's a lot of gay atheists out there.
Okay. Yeah, like I said, the atheists that I know in my friend circles and social spheres are mostly just kind of boring, straight cis guys. But what's interesting to me, and like I was posing earlier, is that all of the Christians that I talk to, every single one of them on here, and especially the Muslims are super bisexual because they're always telling me how being gay is a choice for them. And so I'm just under the impression that each day, if it's a man who says it to me, that they choose to want to make out with a guy, and then maybe the next day they don't have to have that choice on the table. Is that kind of what you experienced with all your people that you've spoken with? I guess the waiter came to the table.
No, the atheists are Muslim because they deny the crucifixion and resurrection. And the other thing too is that's why you see the Muslims and the atheists usually scissoring together.
Okay. So you're talking about the females. All right. So you're saying that of the female Muslims and atheists that are bisexual, they scissor. Okay.
When did you hear female?
In the circles I run in, scissoring refers to women putting their vaginas together and kind of rubbing and doing different motions.
Interesting. So you have this condition called selective hearing. You only want to hear it and choose not to hear it.
Yeah, and I would think that might be, if that is the case, then I guess you can relate that to how the Christian has to deal with choosing whether or not to make out with a guy when they wake up in the morning, or the next day want to make out with a gal.
That's an atheist thing right there. That's not a Christian problem.
Well, I'm just saying from my experience. That's all I can relate to. I don't know about you.
Well, I would see that you do have that experience because you come from that, I guess, that circle. Let's just say.
Okay. Well, I feel like we've kind of covered a lot of bases with regard to that narrow bandwidth of subject matter. Is there anything else you wanted to talk about as a rabbi?
What is there to talk with an atheist? You know, atheists have a different understanding, you know, versus a Christian. Because the atheist is going to try to bring up homoeroticism when they can, where they can, and talk about pride and how they love Pride Month.
Okay.
And the Christian's going to try to be logical,
right?
But the atheist is going to try to go right back into Pride Month and how they love to wear their favorite lipstick, and it matches with their underwear.
Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, it sounds like you do, in fact, want to get into a lot of detail about homoeroticism, and it's much on the forefront of your. I don't want to say that you're low IQ. I mean, it sounds so far that you're about a 95, and as a religious person, this is like normal for me. You just want to talk about gay shit. So if you have any questions, I'll do the best I can. I'm trying to be really empathetic for you because it sounds like the life coaching isn't working. Like maybe you need to seek a life coach that's available to you more than once a month, because there are people available online like once a week.
But that's the thing. Religion is man-made. So by that notion, all religions are gay. Just go to the truth. Don't be one of these atheist religions. And don't be going out there professing your homoeroticism.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's sound advice. I don't surround myself with people that are hyper concerned like you are like that. So I guess, like, are you in Arkansas by chance? Is that where you're born and raised?
You strike me as somebody from like maybe Washington State, maybe a small town called Chad that briefly existed, or maybe San Francisco, California, known for their homoeroticism in the 1980s where it peaked.
Interesting. That's an interesting take. And I do appreciate your insight into more details about homosexual things. I'm starting to feel like you might need a specific type of therapist. Let me look some things up for you. I'll try to help you.
Look at him, always looking up some type of homoeroticism. That's the problem.
Okay, here, I'm going to link you in the chat with someone I'm sorry, are you from Oklahoma or was it Arkansas? I didn't really get a straight answer.
Are you from San Francisco or Washington State or Oregon?
No, I'm not.
Why do I strike you as somebody cultured from Arkansas or Missouri?
Can I be heard? Am I audible?
Nobody's stopping you.
I was just asking. You can't hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay, great. What was the question? I'm sorry.
Do I strike you for somebody refined, like somebody from Missouri or Arkansas?
For the latter part of the question, yes. For the front of the question, no.
Can you explain why there is resounding homoeroticism in the atheist gay, homosexual groups?
Again, no, I don't have a lot of experience with that, but it sounds like you do.
Yeah, I don't know. I was gonna ask you. As your people.
Okay, are you sure I'm audible? Because it sounds like you're not hearing what I've said about 4 times, but that's okay.
Maybe it's not what I'm hearing. Maybe it's because you can't put words together.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. I just wanted to make it clear that so far, let me just get here. I'll just try to steal man you.
Why are you always talking about men?
Yeah, let me try to steal man you really quickly. You're from a region of the country, possibly Arkansas, possibly Oklahoma, and maybe Missouri. We haven't determined this yet. And you surround yourself with a lot of homoeroticism that you are trying to understand for yourself. And you were asking me what my experiences are, and I've told you, I think we're going on 5 or 6 times now, that I don't have a lot of experience in that realm, such, like you do. Do I have this straight? No pun intended, I don't want to scare you.
I'm gonna try to make it as simple as possible. Very simple. I'm gonna use a simple analogy. You're pretty much saying you're not gay, but yet you're oozing homoeroticism. It's like going to a doctor. They have a doctor from 10 years ago. They own their own practice. And they don't say that they're a doctor, but they have their credentials on them. They have their certificates. I would presume that's a doctor. So when I say that, I would presume you're homoeroticism because you're an atheist.
Okay, yeah, and that's a fair point. And I'm not going to judge you for your perspective. You're able to have your own thoughts and ideas. Again, I'll just state it clearly. Social circles I run in, of the atheists, as you keep referring to, they're mostly just boring, straight, cis, and then what I've been learning about Christians especially is that they're all bisexual because they have a hard time deciding to be attracted to men one day or choosing to be attracted to women the next.
Well, it's interesting you come up with that conclusion when atheists are intentionally misguided. So they don't know the truth between the up or down or left or right. Like, why do you guys prefer men when women have buttholes also? It's something I won't understand from the atheists. Like, why go to the men? Women have buttholes also. Hello?
I'm sorry, my girlfriend just got back from a walk. And ironically, she mentioned that she saw a lot of butterflies in the park by the creek, so it made me think of you, because in Spanish, mariposa means gay man. So are you? Did I steel man you properly? Like you surround yourself with a lot of homosexuals?
Sorry, that's an atheist understanding.
Okay. Well, again, like I said, Christians a lot, and they let me know that they choose to want to make out with dudes sometimes, or they choose to want to make out with girls sometimes. That your experience? Is that why you're so bothered?
Well, the thing is, the confusion lies in the atheist community. That's why they gave you guys a whole entire Pride Month for you guys to make up your mind, and that's still not enough.
Okay. Again, like I said, I'm not privy to this. Are you in Arkansas or are you in Oklahoma? Let me just get. I want to write this down real quickly. Which one?
Let me look up homoeroticism capitals to probably determine.
Yeah, I would look up regions of the United States with the most child pornography rates.
I'm typing in homo gay populations.
And again, I've offered you to diversify the subject matter, and I know that as a religious person, this is very much a part of your life of focusing in on this stuff, which it isn't for me. That's why I'm actually fascinated by this conversation. You've taught me a lot of people, so I'm open. I'm not going to shut you down, man. I mean, look, I have offered to give you a life coach link. That's a weekly thing instead of just the monthly one that you're currently with. And if you need more advice on your sexuality or you have any questions about people's sexuality and activities, I can kind of direct you, I guess. I can help you out. It's just not something that I'm familiar with. And I do want you to feel comfortable in this conversation. I know that this subject matter is really pressing for you in whatever region of the world you reside in. So I don't want you to feel like I'm not open-minded to your plight. Because I do want you to feel comfortable.
So I literally typed in on one of the best search engines, atheist homo gay cities. Top ranking, San Francisco Bay Area, Portland, Oregon, Seattle, Washington,
Yeah, so
Washington, D.C.,
so you
Chicago, Illinois.
Yeah, you were right. That's good. See, you already had like an intuition for where most of the gate
Austin, Texas,
on the West Coast. See, you were right. You do have a natural draw and magnetism.
Boston, Massachusetts, Vermont, statewide. You strike me as somebody who voted for Gavin Newsom and Bernie Sanders.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, that's interesting information. Like I said, I do appreciate all this information. I learned a lot about gay things and homosexual things and trans fears and all the experiences that you guys have from Muslims and Christians alike.
Would you like to know what a gay atheist looks like?
Would I like to know? Not necessarily, no, but if you feel like sharing, I'm not going to shut you down. Go ahead.
Oh, easy. Next time you're applying makeup, look in the mirror.
Okay. Anything else you wanted to cover before we move on to the next subject, or do you want to continue delving into the details of your homoeroticism and your concerns with your sexuality and that of others? Is there
Well, the thing is, I can't enlighten you on homoeroticism.
Anything you want to close with?
The thing is, I can't enlighten you on homoeroticism. If you want to enlighten yourself.
I'm glad that was it, what turned you on first though? That's what I'm curious about. Was it my voice?
Sorry, I'm not atheist.
Okay. But was it my voice or was it something?
I wouldn't be able to say because there's something atheists look for. You're gonna have to go to a library of atheists. Yes, the library of atheists, which is also.
Find one of those because I haven't heard of that. What's a library?
Oh, it's spelled like this. Get a pen and paper or a colored crayon.
Well, that's what we were covering.
G-A-Y.
Part about the crayon.
Okay. Let me.
He recommended the crayon before I read the Bible.
Alright, check this out. This is how you spell gay library, or atheist library. It's spelled G-Y space B-A-R.
Okay, thank you. That's an interesting word. I'm going to write that down. I appreciate that. Is that your close? Do you want to cover any more of your turmoil before you move yourself down to the audience, or is that it?
I don't think I'm necessarily doing something or saying something bad. Unless what I'm saying is bad is the observations that are being made by looking at the atheist community.
Oh yeah, no, I haven't labeled anything you've said as bad. I just want you to feel comfortable in these discussions because I know this is more of your world. So I don't want to feel like a stranger. You know, I want to be warm and receptive toward you. And
Well, there's a lot of that in the atheist community. The reception.
Interesting that you've encountered. That's good because it sounds like that's something you seek as a receptor.
They go to these schools, they get their 4-year degree, 4-year master's, and then they're working reception at the Starbucks. Is that fair to say? Christian, start up a room or something. I'm not sure if they're letting people up.
Well, thank you. Thank you for the insight to your people's psychology, I guess. I don't know. What do you want my takeaway to be here?
I hope I'm not turning you atheist on.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to speak for that. But for me, no. You don't have to worry. I'm not going to, again, like, I don't want you to feel uncomfortable. You know, I think that you're a nice person, and I respect your journey into your sexuality. And again, I can recommend some therapists in the chat that are more available to you. Did you have any other questions for me before you leave? All right, I guess not. All right, that was not interesting at all. Anyone else want to try?
You guys are really running a tough ship over here, Supermods. Honey, you know, I wanted to apologize and say I'm sorry. Maybe I was a little cruel by enjoying you being compared to CM in terms of IQ, but you're still here talking, and so just wanted to come and say hello and let you know I've, decided to move on from Clubhouse. I'll be deleting the app shortly, and I will no longer be speaking
to any one of you ever again. And so I just want to wish you all well, especially Daniel and Megatron and Narjas, my close Clubhouse friends, but I will not miss you, and I will be deleting the app. And I wish you guys well in your fake universe, as if this was like Roblox or something in your in your actual real lives. And I'm glad you guys can finally admit that it's just a video game, really. And it's unbelievable how much time people will spend playing this video game known as Clubhouse. But is there anything you'd like me to, know about you personally, as opposed to just like superficially, with all these conversations, which are completely huge wastes of time and just filler material for probably what we would call mild depression, lack of motivation, lack of insight or foresight or any kind of goal or any actual, desired end state whatsoever. So, kind of basically like failed science. People like to say, people here are hypocrites because they're theists or they're low IQ because they're atheists. I'm just saying that, is there anything you want me to take away? Or you just, because the wisest thing I ever heard from somebody was a tenant moving out of one of my buildings, and he just looked at me. There was no conflict. He solved the conflict by just saying, be good. Be good. That was all he had to say to me. And I was like, be good. That was it. I was like, wow, that was probably the smartest thing I've ever heard anybody say to me was, be good.
It cut out for me.
I
I
was
didn't
like,
hear what the tenant said. What did he say?
he said, be good. Be
Oh,
good.
yeah. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Be your best. You go do you and keep paddling, keep supping. Get good sun,
Vitamin D's
as much as
important.
you can. Yeah, and I'd say, if your feet aren't tan by mid-April, you gotta.
Ooh, I like that.
Yeah.
I like that, bro. Let's tell that to all the spring breaker partiers out there who are just tanning their firm little booty cheeks and their tippy toes. But, there is some hidden knowledge, which is very ancient, and you could call it magic, because prior to the invention of electronics and technology, particularly, mastery of electricity, some people would have claimed that science was superstition or magic. So the fact that we're on a conference call app powered by electricity and magnets and circuit boards and silicon chips, that is the highest form of intelligence, and thus Jehovah being muted. Okay, mute me all the way. I am telling you that you're muting me as a, but you're angry about getting your dope titty drinking from getting the dope that you want. You are muting me clear. Video game has to be no other who is Clubhouse. I read calls where they now monetize it as a video game. You mean to tell House is that me to video game? Sometimes I click. Gives you the cool. House is not game in every conspiracy video game. Complete help. Somebody's kind of depressed, I think. It's not me. I'm living a life daily, no passion, beyond belief. is. Love it. Legends and wow. Can you imagine some loser with cheddar cheese on his head hitting a mute button over and over again in a one-bedroom apartment, angry and pissed that he's on a social audio chat app hitting a mute button? Jesus Christ, it's called dandruff control shampoo. Go to the gym. I mean, for Christ's sake, how many times are you gonna sit here and hit a button over and over again like it's some kind of a fucking video game? Hello? Hello? Wow, this room has hit a new high. Wow, it's unbelievable. On stage, I'm sitting here playing a flute and somebody hitting anybody. The mute button. Attic. Cheddar cheese. Shower. Use dandruff. Oh, it's called head and shoulders. Head and shoulders makes my head. It my scalp, skin, smell, dandruff. No, dandruff is not my friend. With my friend Bob to be a Catholic with dirty night. What's 20 minus 8? Got a deal. He's on here. I'm here. Damn. No one could sit all day without having. Hit the mute. Who keeps me? Keeps me. Keeps me. every single precious moment of their day sitting here talking endlessly with. None of you stupid moderators are worthy of not being raped. Raped? Did I just say raped? I meant barbecued, roasted. Sorry about the R word. All I'm trying to say is that if you're gonna mute me 1,000 times and sinlessly, as if any of this is not just juvenile, pedestrian, stupid, crazy behavior, you are retarded. You don't read books, you don't go to the gym, you probably don't even cut your toenails anymore. So listen up, you retarded moderators who endlessly use this retarded app. Today's my last day. I'm quitting the app. You're all just gonna still being forgiven. I'm a soul collecting soul can't. Oh, hello. Mute me for the thought.
Yeah, you can feel the repercussions either way. You may not care, but shit. There's a war.
Oh, we're doing silent meditation day. I get it now. Oh, thank God they finally are embracing silence. It's beautiful, actually. I love a good silence. Still got dandruff, though. Sorry, Daniel. You're going to have to go take a shower. We can't let you into the party with a head full of dandruff. I've seen your photo. You already look like Monsignor from 1465. Try to take a shower. I can smell you through the phone. And Narges, it's one thing to talk about Mikhail's dog, but when I hear your dog moaning, and groaning, clearly you're not taking care of your dog good enough either. You're probably not taking care of yourself good enough, because if you have the time to voice a million opinions over just the past 60 days, well, clearly you're not doing anything, productive enough. You're not getting paid. And so we have to look at the dollars. We got to look at how much we're getting paid for every word we spray, how many seconds we spend on these stupid devices. So let me ask you a question. Are you interested in taking this room and you're, learning to the higher level? Because quite honestly, it's not just about money. It's about intelligence. And I'm afraid that some of you might be lacking in intelligence, especially whoever keeps muting me over and over and over. There we go, updated. And if you want to update the title, mute me all deep. Like, I'm doing me song by Joe. Listen. Man, keep me with my heart. Keep me I think you all are shirt, all green, with all kinds of package. I know. Okay. Oh, it's at the closet. The drills are. It's at. Jesus, where is the blueprint? The blue. Oh, the blueprint. Shut. Blueprint. Oh, the blue. Oh, exhaust. You give me. Slap me shit. Button. Getting paid. Then I click. How you do? In the penny slots. That's how you make a lot of money in the penny slots at the pennies. Yeah, Daniel. CEO. Fake. Exhausting room. I got it. I think Rabbanish people just have you but
I'm calling you to calm down. Breathe. Breathe. Count down. 3, 2, 1. Everything's gonna be fine. Just breathe.
Hello.
Hello? Oh my goodness. Are you just being a clown on Clown House? For what you do with that flute. Don't think that I don't remember.
history. Records and history. Someone making.
Hey, dude, chill. Just chill, dude. Nobody wants to mess with you. Chill.
Hey, slot machine, baby.
Alright. Who's on here? Yeah. What the fuck is going on?
Hello.
Man, bro.
what it said, right, was that all we're doing is bringing our clocks forward. But when is the peak? Does that not like matter?
The peak
The
is
first
summer
peak.
solstice. So it is
It goes
basically
to
a
the ninth,
quarter.
right?
No, so that would be summer solstice is going to be the 31st day of the third month of the year. And that's going to be when you have 18 hours of light, 6 hours of darkness. And then it's going to go from there to the fall equinox, where we're going to be back at 12:12. And then from there, from the fall equinox, we go to the winter solstice, where we're going to have 18 hours of darkness, 6 hours of light. And then again, you go from there to the spring equinox, which is 12:12. And so if you want to see it, the best place to go is Enoch. Enoch in the chapter on the luminaries really breaks it down beautifully.
But what told you
how they work?
What told like how did you find out that this was the first day of the month?
Oh, how did I figure that out? Man, okay, so there was no so that was our focus. How can we figure out the spring equinox, right? Because I don't have the instruments to be able to measure 12 hours of light, 12 hours of darkness. And I also believe that God wouldn't make something like that so we can't figure it out on our own, that we need some kind of measure to do it, right? And so that's what made me think about the Passover, because the Passover is the 14th night, right? And then the other thing that I thought about was the full moon cycle. It takes 14 days for the full moon to come in. That means in the first year of creation, Passover was a full moon, okay? And so in 2024, I waited for the full moon. Okay, I found the full moon again by waiting for the one where the moon rises, the sun sets, the moon rises, and then the next morning, the moon is still in the sky when the sun rises, and we confirmed that day, and that was the full moon. And then so I counted back 14 nights to get the first night of the year. Now, obviously, that does not happen every year, right? That only happens once every some number, 36 cycles or whatever. I forget what it is. Where the moon and the sun start on the same day, right? Because the moon's 10 days short now every year, so they don't line up anymore, right? So it takes 360 cycles, right, for the moon that's 10 days short to line back up with the sun again, right? But that's how I initially placed the spring equinox. So you got to think God showed me something that happens once every 36 years, and then confirmed it. Like I didn't believe the calendar until September 10th, because that was the morning Elijah appeared, and that should happen on the Feast of Trumpets. And so that confirmed that day 9/10 was the Feast of Trumpets, which is what it was on my calendar, and that's what gave me confidence in the calendar. And the Sabbath being Thursday and all of that stuff. If you want, I have two episodes of my podcast I'll put in the chat where I go through each of these one at a time. Because first it was figuring out that Saturday is a lie. There's no way that Saturday is the Sabbath. And then from there, trying to place the correct calendar. So
would this have been the 10th day, or wouldn't this have been the second day of the year?
So no, the first day of the year was Tuesday at sunrise. So sunrise to sunrise was day one. Sunrise to Wednesday sunrise to Thursday sunrise was day two. Today at sunrise to tomorrow morning is day three. And so day 7, right? Just 5, 6, 7.
Oh, it's day 7. Wait, but how?
because that's the whole idea. So remember, that's what I'm doing in that check. Because remember, if day one is the first day of the year, then my Sabbath is 7 days later, right?
Well, what day was the first day? I thought it was the 10th.
Exactly, but that's not day one of creation. It's day 5 of creation. You see what I'm saying? So my Sabbath is 3 days later.
But
watch the 2 videos that I put in the chat. We'll watch them in order. Episode 2 and episode 3. I go over this.
I've seen them, but it kind of just stumps me a little bit. But
That's the thing. So you gotta remember, there's 2 things you gotta ponder: equinox, and then 7 possibilities of which day of creation week is the first day of the year. See, what you're thinking right now is that day 1 of creation week is the first day of the year, and I would count 7 days to get the Sabbath. But if that's true, day 14 is a Sabbath, which means every Passover would be a Sabbath, correct?
Yeah.
It can't be possible. That already rules out day 1.
What day would it have been? Or what day would it be?
So
the 24th?
So again, I'm talking about day of the week. Passover cannot be the 7th day of the week.
But what day of the year would it be?
It's the 14th night.
Night.
It's the night of the 14th, right? But that cannot be a Sabbath. The 14th day cannot be a Sabbath. And so that tells you that day 1 of creation week is not the first day of the year. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because if it was the first day of the year, every 14th day would be a Passover. It would be a Sabbath.
But
I'm just counting 7, right? 7, 7, 7, 7.
Can you put the calendar up again?
Oh, the calendar.
Like the regular one? What do you think about the Paleo Hebrew? You think people like?
I think it's made up. Yeah. The pure language. We don't have the pure language. We won't have it until David and Elijah give it to us. Which
you said something about the. You said something about the. What's that thing called? The Dead Sea Scrolls. Like how you. Do you believe in that a little bit or no?
I definitely believe that there's been manuscripts that they've found that are true manuscripts. I don't believe the Dead Sea Scrolls are that. Because again, it has the same corruption.
Do you have a name of like what you believe is?
Oh no, I think those are all hidden from us. Yeah,
All right,
I haven't found anything that doesn't say Cyrus. I haven't found anything that doesn't include Isaiah 53. I think Isaiah 53 is corrupted. Because this idea of somebody dying for or being chastised for the sins of other people contradicts God's premise that he doesn't punish people for the iniquity of others. So I have an issue with that.
So creation week would have started last month.
Well, so again, creation week, right? So all you're saying with creation week is those are the first days, right, of this story. And obviously, we know the Sabbath is a continual set of 7. That's all we're doing. 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7.
Wait,
what I'm saying is...
Why does it have to fall on the 4th day, though? Why not the 7th?
What doesn't have to fall on the 4th day? Why?
No, the Sabbath from the 6th, the first day of the creation week, to the 10th is 4 days. Or to the 12th, I mean. That's 6 days.
Well, so again, so ignore the calendar, right? If I'm assuming that I count my Sabbath from day 1 of creation, so that would be 7 days is one Sabbath, 7 more days, which is the 14th day, is another Sabbath. And again, Passover would be that night, correct? That would tell me that Passover is always a Sabbath, which we know is impossible. So that rules out that possibility. Now there's 6 more possibilities. I can go day 2, day 3, day 4, day 5, day 6, day 7. But day 4 makes the most sense in terms of the equinox because that's the day he creates the sun and the moon. That's the day that the timepieces for the year are created, which would imply that the next day is day 1 of the year. So the 5th day of creation is my first day of the year, but I've already had 5 days. So my Sabbath is 2 days away. I don't count 7 more days from that because I'm not counting 7 days from the starting of the year. I'm counting 7 days from the start of creation. That's the Sabbath.
What was the start of creation? 3-6?
The start of creation would have been so count back. Yeah, just count back.
3, but that's 3. Or are you counting the 6th day as well?
So if the 9th was the 4th day, the 3rd day would have been the 8th, the 2nd day would have been the 7th, the 6th day would have been. And now again, and so you got to also detract your mind from Pharaoh's calendar because that day is going to change dates now. So what you want to focus in on, for example, the Monday, that Monday, March, it happened to be March 9th this year. Next year, I think it's March 8th. You see what I'm saying? It's that Monday that matters. It's the day that matters. So when I back up Sunday, Saturday, Friday. That Friday is the first day of creation, not that date. It's that Friday. See what I'm saying? So, like for example, the Day of Atonement, the Feast of Trumpets, is that Tuesday. 9/11 was a Tuesday. It was that Tuesday. If you look at the day Elijah appeared, it was that Tuesday, which was the 10th, right? It was September 10th when Elijah appeared. It was 9/11 on 2001, but it was that same day. God's calendar doesn't move. Pharaoh's calendar moves around. God's doesn't.
Oh, I'm just so confused right now.
No worries, man. I still don't understand the calendar completely, so I get it. Like, I don't understand how. I still have to wrap my head around how his calendar doesn't shift, or what happens so it doesn't shift. Like, for example, like if I pull my calendar into the future, the last day of the year in 2032 is February 26th. But it's supposed to be March 7th, I want to say.
So why would it be,
something's off?
Why would the first Sabbath be on the 5th day?
Not the 5th day.
Of creation week from the 6th.
It's not. So notice, it's not the 5th day. The 5th day is the first day of the year. The 5th day was Tuesday. The first Sabbath is today.
But
now,
it says
the
Sabbath
first day of the month, well, yeah, because the first day of every month is a Sabbath. Amos 8:5. We went over the verses at the beginning of this episode. Every new month is a Sabbath.
So what? How'd you get?
But that's not the weekly Sabbath.
How'd you get the 6th as the first day again?
The 5th.
No, this March 6th.
Oh, well, so again, so if the spring equinox is the 4th day of creation, you just count backwards. And the 4th day of creation is when sun and moon are created.
Oh, so
you see what I'm saying? And they're created equal, and then the time starts. So the day afterward, nothing. Time resets. The sun resets. The sun resets its cycle. And it starts its new year.
Does that mean like the sun comes, like it goes higher in the sky?
Well, so it starts to run on its cycle now, which will be the shorter circuit, right? Because that's the tighter one that the spring and summer, whereas the circuit on the outside is the wider one that's fall and winter. It's just basically saying that the sun is starting its journey again.
So it goes.
I would read Enoch. Basically, the idea is it's coming out of the first gate again. And it's going to do the same. It's going to do the same thing it does for 364 days, and then it's going to reset and do it again. And it's going to do it again and again. And that's why it's the sun that tracks the year, not the moon, because the moon cycle is not 364; it's 354. So every day it's 10 days short. So that means the sun and the moon only link up every 36 years. Every 36 years, they line up again on the spring equinox. Think about it. If I'm 10 days short, it takes 360. It takes 36 years to make up 360 days.
So what does the spring equinox do exactly?
It marks the beginning of the year.
But like, what's the what can show you exactly what it does?
12 days, 12 hours of light, 12 hours of darkness.
So that's like when daylight saving started?
No, daylight saving has nothing to do with that. It has nothing to do with it. It's Pharaoh. Pharaoh makes up daylight saving. It's completely made up.
But like when I think it was on the 6th, that was like the day that the sun set earliest, and the 7th the sun started setting later.
That's just because Pharaoh changed the hour. So yeah, I mean, it did change. It changes every day, right? Because every day the sunlight gets longer until we get to the summer solstice, right?
Yeah. So,
but the idea that it changed an hour plus that difference is a lie. That's just Pharaoh changing the clock.
But I'm not looking at it with the clock. I'm looking at it just like how the sun, like it gets higher in the sky and then comes back down.
So again, yeah, I agree with you, but that doesn't happen in one day.
But what happened on the 6th to make it the first day?
So again, what happened on the 6th is nothing. It's what happened on the 4th day that you count back to find the first day. What happened on the 4th day is the spring equinox. That's when the sun was created. Spring equinox, day 4.
And no, I'm not trying to like condemn you or anything, because I believe, bro, the 10th, that was like the Lord was telling us exactly right then.
No, yeah, I don't disagree with you, but that's what I'm saying. That to me is the marker, because
the 10th.
Again, ignore Pharaoh's calendar. I'm just talking about the equinox. The equinox is the marker that tells you the next day begins the year.
Is the next day what?
So the day after the spring equinox is the first day of the year. So if you look, March 9th was the spring equinox, March 9th. The first day of the year was March 10th. I believe that's correct.
But what is the spring equinox like? Like, what is it?
12 hours of light, 12 hours of darkness.
It's not like...
That's the definition of the equinox. Equal lighting.
Oh, so it's going from like dark to light to more
light to dark. Exactly. But if you read Enoch, it tells you how much it changes, the fractions, all the stuff. Like when I'm drawing, like there's a tab there where I count the seconds, how much sunlight by seconds. That's coming from Enoch, because Enoch tells you how much sunlight increases per day. So you can actually map it out.
Like with
over the whole year.
The degrees?
Per day, just per day. So like every day, like from now until the summer solstice, every day we're gonna have more daylight, more sun, some number of seconds of more sun, and that same number of seconds of less darkness, right? So it's gonna keep increasing, and darkness is gonna keep decreasing until I get to summer solstice, which is 18 and 6, and then it's gonna start going back towards equal, and then it's going to keep going to more darkness, and then it's going to move back. It's equal, right? And it's going to keep doing that same cycle over and over and over again.
So do you think there's any like do you think this has any like relevance? Um, like the degrees of where the sun rose from?
Oh yeah, I think the gates. Yeah, I think the gate. It's the gates. So
It's like
yeah.
March 3, 4, and 5. So like 46.5 degrees. And then 4, 5, and 6 was 47. And then it goes up by 0.5 until March 12.
But again, you're looking at. So I'm assuming you're getting these calculations from NASA and Pharaoh. So I can't unless I personally am making these observations. I have no idea. I'm not doing anything like that. I'm just basing it off of there's an equinox, which we know is 12/12. And that starts the year.
And that was
March
the 9th.
That was the 9th, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Something special about there was something special about that day, March 10th, when you said that David was going to be resurrected or is resurrected. But
yeah, I think we're gonna see it here very soon, man. I really think people won't. I mean, listen, they're gonna tell you all the different explanations, right? But you'll know very clearly that kind of commotion is not by chance.
It's like what Elijah did to the prophets of Jezebel. He was like, how long are you guys gonna side or like go between two opinions? And then they all bowed down and were like, the Lord is God. The Lord is God.
Yeah,
I think is that what
it's gonna be hard to ignore. Yeah, it's gonna be hard to ignore.
Is that what
that's the thing.
repented?
I think that's the right story, right? Ahab, is that what you're talking about? Ahab?
Yeah, but like when they said, and when all the people saw it, they fell on their faces, and they said, "The Lord is, He is the God. The Lord, He is the God." But I don't know if that's when he repents or whatever. Ahab.
Yeah, I don't remember off the top of my head either.
I kind of see what you're saying though now, but like, my understanding was when daylight savings happened. So like when the like I guess it was the 7th or the 8th that the sun got higher in the sky, so longer day. So I was like, okay, he created the day, and then from then would be that would have been the first day of the month till the 7th day, which would be I had it written down. So the 7th day would have been the 14th evening to the morning of March 15th. But I see what you're saying a little bit. But.
Yeah, I just want to emphasize, brother. Daylight savings is entirely a creation of man.
So you
they
think
could pick any day to do that nonsense.
You think March 8th? Do you know that it wasn't like that there was more light at all?
Well, so again, everyday light's going to increase, right? So that can't be the standard.
From the
day before, or even from the winter solstice. Every day after the winter solstice, the day is going to increase until summer solstice. Only after the summer solstice will light start to get dimmer again. So that cannot be the standard that I'm using to identify, because every day is going to have more light. You see what I'm saying?
So from the beginning of the winter solstice, it was always going up more.
From the day of winter solstice, which is the darkest day of the year, right? Every day from that point has more light until summer solstice, which is the longest day of the year. So I can't base it off of that.
So you based it off of the first day was
I based it off of 2 years ago, placing the full moon and counting back 14 days. That's how I placed it. Because there's no way to do the spring equinox. How can I tell you there's been 12 hours of day, 12 hours of night? You might be able to do it with like a what are those called? Those sundials based on the shadow, right? But I have no idea how to do that, and I'm assuming that that would vary based on your location, right? And so again, it can't be based off of that stuff. It has to be based off of something that every person can visually attest with their own eyes, right? And so that's what made me think the moon, while it doesn't happen all the time, can give you a check on the year, on the start of the year, and every 36 years, for example. Now, again, I didn't realize any of this when he showed it to me. I just saw the full moon. He showed me Enoch. He showed me Passover. I said, okay, that's a great idea, and I counted back 14 days, and I just wrote it down, and I watched the calendar. You know, again, as I said, it wasn't to the Feast of Trumpets and that light appearing that I had any confidence in it. You know, now I'm very settled into that it's correct, but I still don't understand how it doesn't drift. I haven't wrapped my head around that yet.
So what day was 12 hours light, 12 hours darkness? In your, like,
9th.
Assumption, I guess.
March 9th.
Okay.
Yeah. March 9th, it went 12-12.
And
now from then it's going to continue to increase.
The day after it increased.
It continues to increase until summer solstice. Yeah.
Okay. And where'd you find that answer to like the 12?
Enoch tells you, but you also know from just the typical cycle of the year of how your day increases basically until you're in the summer.
All right, my next question, because I think I get the gist. There's always going to be like more opportunities to be explained about it, but where was Ephraim? Like where were they? If the Promised Land is America.
Well, so if you look, like, our theory is that Ephraim's location is just outside of the Promised Land.
Oh, which direction?
I think to the east, on the other side of Jordan.
You mean
like right there, there. Like think about like Bethel, right? So Bethel, you have where Abraham sets up the temple. You have Jacob coming down off the mountain and setting up the altar there, right? And you got to think about the caves of Mamre, where Abraham's buried, where Isaac is buried, where Jacob is buried. You'd have to assume Joseph would be buried there. You'd have to assume if, obviously they said they hid Moses, right? But the rest of the lineage, Aaron, they should all be in the same, Rachel, right? And think about it, is it not just Moses that God did that, where, the ancestors aren't in the Promised Land because they knew the Promised Land will be corrupted, so they're waiting for the resurrection to enter the Promised Land permanently, just like Moses. Like people think God was punishing Moses, and obviously it seems like God did punish Moses, but also God realized that the Promised Land would be corrupted. Maybe he didn't want Moses to enter it when it would be corrupted like that. And so I'm starting to feel this idea that Bethel is in the Promised Land is not correct. That it's slightly outside of it, wherever Ephraim's territory was given, which seems like it was slightly outside of the Promised Land.
Which is on the other side of the Euphrates, or what is it called?
Other side of the Jordan, right? But to the west of the Euphrates. Yeah, the Mississippi would be the Euphrates. But I'm saying, because you got to think all those plains, right? That's all. Think about what they say. I think it's Manasseh, Ephraim, Reuben, right? That asked for the plains before they go into the Promised Land, because they were herders, right? And so that was great land for herding cattle. And so that's what I think is the Great Plains area and all that stuff.
like New York or whatever.
Yeah, the Great Plains over there. So if you look at like what is it, Nebraska, Iowa, all that stuff basically coming down off of Colorado, off of the mountains, onto those Great Plains.
What about Judah? You think that's a little closer to like the west?
So Judah again assumes that the Jerusalem story and all of that stuff is correct, that it was in Judah, which there's no reason to believe that based on how corrupted all of that is. But I do think that that would be kind of like Salt Lake City area by the Great Salt Lake.
There?
Yeah,
But it says that they have coasts.
Well, so that's the western border of the Promised Land. I don't get the sense that Jerusalem is on the western border. I would agree with you that I think that the western border of the Promised Land is Los Angeles coastline, right, going down,
Like
going
Santa
down south.
Barbara.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I think that could be the top end of it. But yeah, that's definitely the western border because that's the Great Sea. The Pacific Ocean is the largest body of water on Earth. It's clearly what the Most High is referring to as the border over there.
Yeah.
And then I think Grand Canyon being Egypt, right?
Grand Canyon, not Texas.
Well, I think Grand Canyon is going down into that region and down, right? Egypt, I think, obviously was quite an extensive geographic area. I don't think it was limited to just that part. But the Grand Canyon in particular, I believe, that's the part that bordered the Promised Land. When it says they went down into Egypt, I think they're coming down from the Promised Land, going down into that part of the world.
Do you believe that they crossed at Gulf of California, running from
I do think that that's the most.
Texas?
Assuming it wasn't like a body of water, like a large body of water, like the Great Salt Lake, for example. I would agree that the Baja makes the most sense for the location of the Red Sea that was split. But it could have been a large lake, right, like the Great Salt Lake. Now I don't think that it was, but it could have been something that was there and because that's the thing. Like I don't think that the Jordan River exists anymore. I think they dammed it, and you might have like a smaller river in that area, but the Jordan River as was is you won't be able to find it.
Because I watched the video and someone said that these maps used to say Red Sea for Gulf of California.
Yeah, and think about there's a Mormon temple that's called the Jordan River Temple. You can look it up.
All right.
And look at its location. It's right where you would assume the Jordan River was, right? Right?
Utah. Jordan River Temple. Like you think it was on that whole road that passes?
Well, so I think the closest river still in existence is the Bear River, but I don't think that that's the Jordan River. If you look at some older maps, there was some other rivers in that area. I forget the name of the one that I felt that could have been most likely. I feel they've dammed it up to hide it, so it's not as obvious. But its Promised Land is definitely here. Anyone who pretends it's not here, they're just not being honest.
Yeah, it's obvious. But what about the new temple, like the second temple that Ezekiel talks about?
Where is that going to be? Yeah, it's going to be west of the Colorado. Where's his?
I think he says it's going to be like south.
Well, again, I think where he's going to put his name. I would assume it's going to be the same location as the first temple, but to be honest, I've never really studied that in great detail.
I don't know. I'm feeling good about Santa Cruz area, like California, Monterey.
As the Jerusalem.
Yeah, like there's a reason these trees are so big over here, like the redwoods. I don't know.
Well, yeah, But I mean, if you think though too, if you look at like the location where they go to get trees to build the temple
Where do you
compared
think
to
it was?
Jerusalem, it seems like it's north of it.
North of where it was actually at, or
North of the promised land, I'm saying. So I feel like those California redwoods is above the promised land. They went up to get those.
so from like Santa Barbara,
From
Mexico.
or if you think Jerusalem was more inland, right? Because there is scripture that says Jerusalem is surrounded by mountains. It feels like it would be to the northeast of Jerusalem were those mountains, were those trees.
Because where I'm at, it's like a valley. Like, so Santa Cruz, San Jose, like all this is surrounded by mountains. But there's also, I think, is that like the Continental Divide or whatever? And where's that? Is it in like one? I think it's Idaho, one of the lowest plains.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It just always like struck me as the cedars of Lebanon. I feel like Zion is near me.
Well, you gotta think too. You also have like Zion National Park right there, right? In the Utah area. You have Moab. You have the Jordan River Temple. You have a lot of very clear references to biblical names. But yeah, obviously, I think Ayob's work on it is the best, but I have never independently confirmed anything. I do think there is something unique about the Uneta Mountains there. The way they lie right outside the promised land there.
What is it called? The Uneta?
Uneta Mountains. It's the only mountain range that faces east to west, and it's right outside the promised land. So is that where Moses goes up?
Where do you think the line for the promised land starts?
So I think the Euphrates is the Mississippi. So I think it starts there. But obviously the Jordan River being over there west of the Colorado, I think is the best boundary, unofficial boundary there for the territory that's post crossing the Jordan.
What's the I think is it in chapter 8? Or maybe it's chapter 12 or 14. 13. Where he says like open thy doors, O Lebanon. Oh, Lebanon. Do you think Lebanon is like this area? The Pacific Northwest?
Yeah, I was in the Pacific Northwest. But that's just where the trees are located.
Yeah. So you think this was like a heathenist area, I guess?
Yeah. Also, Brother James always talks about all the giant fossils that they found in those areas.
It's crazy.
San Francisco giants, right? Absolutely. I think
there's a mountain that my grandpa showed me, bro. It looks like a freaking petrified giant is just staring at you while you driving your car right by it. But he's mad. Anyways, open thy doors, O Lebanon, that the fire may devour thy cedars. And I'll go walking on these trails over here. There's like lightning strikes in, I'm pretty sure someone said like these groves that people go and like do meditations or whatever. There's lightning strikes that have knocked out the trees. And it's funny you mentioned thunder, because we got thunder, I think it was, what day was it? It was February 17th, and there was like a big thunder claps, and it was raining so hard, like the hardest it's rained since, for sure, harder than it's ever rained last year. And yeah, it was just a crazy thunderstorm, I guess you could say.
Storm is here, guys. I think.
Oh yeah.
I'm excited to see what
The
these
flood's coming.
next few days, next few weeks show us. Because I do think we're going to start to see some very interesting commotions.
Do you think it's gonna be like tidal waves?
No, I think it's going to be a lot of. I think, as you know, as I mentioned with Joel, I think the text about fire is true. Also, Revelation, right? Revelation says something's going to appear that's going to call fire down in the sight of men. To me, that's what's coming. If you look at Joel, those chapters that we read there, a fire goes in front of them, a fire goes behind them. We have the language of Isaiah 17:1, Damascus being a ruinous heap. They're obviously conditioning the mind for aliens, which to me is the only way they're going to be able to explain fire raining down from the sky. And so I think that to me is what my entire focus is on right now. And even this kind of stuff about Iran attacking California with drones, right? You know, anything of an attack from the sky that results in fire would catch my attention right now.
Yeah,
obviously in this area, not over there.
Yeah.
This area.
Yeah. That's why this really sticks out to me when it talks about Lebanon and the cedars falling.
And if you go to Amos, right? In Amos, everything that he's talking about for this, I won't forget, right? And it's always a wall of fire, a wall of fire, a wall of fire. And so that's my focus. I wouldn't be surprised if in the very near future we are told that America was attacked by aliens and a major city has been destroyed.
They've already been trying to do that.
That's what I'm saying. They've been conditioning the mind for it. And I think it's not a coincidence, particularly when you read all the scripture about these two men having fire coming with them. I don't think that that's by chance.
I don't think is there any scripture where David is talked about with fire or
I think Joel. I think if you look at Joel chapter 2, in my opinion, when it talks about those two, it's so depending on which translation, for example, the King James tries to pretend it's a group of people, right? But if you look at other translations, it seems to be two people there, right? You don't think how they stay in their own lanes, right? And they each do what they're supposed to do. To me, that's a reference to David and Elijah, because David and Elijah are going to have power like the world has never seen.
Yeah, so you don't think that when it says a nation that we've never that has never been in Joel chapter 2, you don't think it's talking about a people?
No, because that's the thing. If you go look at that, you're talking about Joel chapter 2, the beginning of it. To me, it's talking about the two people who are coming to lead the second Exodus. Because that's what Joel chapter 2 is about. Chapter 1 is about the punishment on Israel. Chapter 2 is about them being regathered. Chapter 3 is about them in the promised land, Gog Magog. And so chapter 2 to me, when it's talking about the day of the Lord is like darkness, right? You don't see it coming. And then you have this light come upon the mountain, and then we have this reference to this great people, right? Okay, these great people are the ones that the world has never seen before. And so think about that. To me, that's a direct reference to Aaron and Moses, saying these are going to surpass that, and there's never going to be anything like them afterwards. That to me is David and Elijah. I think that's Joel chapter
11.
2 verse. No, it's early. You got to be careful with the King James, because the King James is trash translation. So here, let's go to Joel chapter 2. Joel chapter 2 verse 2.
Verse 2. A day of darkness and of gloominess, a day of clouds of thick darkness, as the morning spread.
No, okay,
across the
period.
mountains.
See, that's what I'm saying. There should be a period there.
A day of thick darkness,
Period.
as a cloud.
And so now you have the morning spread. So thinking about the symbolism of the sun rising, stay springing forward, right? This is Messiah now.
A great people.
This song. Because think about it, it's not the children of Israel that are how the second Exodus occurs. The children of Israel will be how Gog Magog is dealt with. But the children of Israel are not how the second Exodus occurs. The second Exodus occurs by two messengers appearing who do signs and wonders like Aaron and Moses did. That's what I think Joel is talking about. That's the fire. That's the path. And look at, like, you look at when you continue to read, like, they're like horses, right? Chariots, right? And then people are in fear, their faces turn pale, right? And then they rush into the city, they climb the walls, right? The earth shakes, the sky reverberates, right? Who can survive this, right?
The brothers sending pictures of the Disneyland.
So that's what I think that is. No, so I don't think atomic bombs are real, Berea, to be honest with you. Because see, this is the issue that I have with nukes. Nukes assumes that God gives the right to destroy this earth into the hands of humans. And I think like they want us to believe that, but no, God is the one who's going to judge this place. And so I believe that the fire that's going to rain down from heaven is going to be like, so I think it's going to be Sodom and Gomorrah style fire. And again, I just want to go to Revelation because they want us to believe the prophecies of the New Testament. They want the children of Israel to be deceived. And Revelation 13:13 is clearly telling us that somebody's going to appear who gets his power from the dragon. And we know that obviously that book is going to refer to the Most High God as the enemy. So the person that's appearing and getting his power from the dragon is getting his power from the Most High God. And he's going to cause fire to rain down in the sight of men. And I really think that's going to be cities being destroyed. And if you go to Amos, let's go to Amos. If you look at the language in Amos, just let me pull up one example to just give you what I'm talking about. Amos 1. Look at verse 4. I will send a fire into the house of Haziel. Look at verse 7. But I will send a fire onto the wall of Gaza. I will send the fire, verse 10, I will send the fire on the wall of Tyrus. Verse 12, I will send fire upon Teman, which shall devour the palaces of Bosra. Bosra is the capital of Edom. Right? So I think like we're going to see real fire coming. Now, the world's going to have an explanation, right? They're going to tell us it's everything but what we know it is. They're going to say it's aliens. They're going to say Iran attacked us with drones, right? None of those things are true. It's the judgment of God starting on Edom and Babylon.
Absolutely true.
And so, guys, all praise to the Most High.
So, no worries.
No, if you got another question.
But, yeah, just with what's his name? Saddam Hussein or whatever, the Israeli guy. When he was saying in that interview with the lady who was asking him, is Trump like Nebuchadnezzar or something? And he was like, probably the greatest since Cyrus.
Oh, yeah, you're talking about BB. Yeah. When
you think he's just playing?
Well, so I don't think so. So it's funny because I mentioned this, like there was a coin that they brought out, right?
Yeah.
So they brought out a coin where one side was Cyrus and the other side was Trump. Okay. And so obviously they're mocking, right? But I don't think it's a coincidence that they're linking Trump to Cyrus and the person who they pretend gathered the children of Israel. I don't think that that's a coincidence, because if you believe that Cyrus was the one in charge when the decree went forth, he wasn't. It's happening right now. Trump is the king of fierce countenance, and you have to assume that two people who believe in JC and the new toilet are going to appear as their quote-unquote witnesses. They're going to pretend that they die and they're going to resurrect, because again, they want the world to believe the Christian prophecies. Remember, before the end of the world, when you see Jerusalem encompassed with armies, right? So think about that. Encompassed with armies. Is that a possibility here in the near future over there with the Disneyland and the conflict that's taking place? It seems like it could be, right? But again, this doesn't mean that the New Testament prophecies are true. It means they're trying to deceive you into believing that are true and keeping your eyes elsewhere when your eyes should be laser focused on this place, and anything out of the ordinary, in particular anything flammable coming down from heaven, because that's the best evidence that Dao was here.
Praises to the Most High.
All praises, guys. And I stand by it. And listen, if I'm wrong, I will repent. But just because we didn't hear anything on Tuesday doesn't mean anything. These are men of God. These are men of God. Tuesday was a Sabbath. Today is a Sabbath. It's possible they don't start moving until the Passover passes, right? We don't know. They're not here to convince us, right? They're here to do the bidding of the Most High. And there, in the very near future, you won't be able to ignore it.
I'll be his armor bearer.
Yeah, I'm gonna get his coffee, man, if he needs whatever. How does he like his coffee? Whatever he needs. Yeah. All right, guys. All praises.
Shalom.
Oh, Dave, you got something? Yeah.
Oh, no, it's cool. I just listened to the conversation. I just was trying to ask some questions. But if you was about to close the room, I could wait till it really was nothing specific.
No. If you got questions, feel free. I got nowhere to be.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I just was listening to y'all talk about, I think it said something about the cedars or something. I was listening to something the other day, and they was saying, I don't know if it's the gopher wood is the lightest wood, but they was pretty much saying that they had put it in the river, and it floated, and they had built that temple y'all was talking about. I didn't know it was made out of wood. I thought that was kind of interesting too, or some kind of like cedars or something. But I don't know. I just heard they had put them in the wood because it was real heavy. But they I guess they floated them up the river to where they was gonna build at and stuff like that. Yeah, I just like the conversation y'all talking about, like the perspective, the view of it. You know what I'm saying? I don't really hear people talking like that, so I just find it kind of interesting and stuff though. You know what I'm saying? But I did see you, I think the other day you said somebody was supposed to be coming back, and I just heard you say they didn't come back or something like that. So is that like what Christians would call Jesus or something like that? Like is that like the Old Testament version, like of David or Messiah or something like that?
Yeah. So here, I'll put it back at the top. So when you have some time, watch the video that I'm about to pin, because I believe this is the true understanding of the scriptures and the Messiah. And I understand, I used to be a Christian. I used to believe JC was the Messiah. The reason I reject it today is because it's not what the Word of God says, and God is not a man that he should lie. And so according to everything that he's revealed to me, the true Messiah, who is King David, was resurrected before sunrise on Wednesday. On Tuesday. So just before sunrise on Tuesday morning, he was resurrected by the prophet Elijah. And so a lot of people were messaging me saying nothing happened. And the point was, guys, Edom is not going to hold a press conference and tell us the word of God is true, right? And the first day of the month is a Sabbath. So Tuesday was a Sabbath. Today is the weekly Sabbath. Will they wait till Passover passes before they start, right? All we need to do is understand that in the very near future, we're going to see fire start to rain down from heaven here in America. And they're going to obviously an explanation for it that's not the judgment of God. And that's what we should be focusing our attention on. You know, because until they appear in front of Trump, because obviously just like Moses and Aaron went to Pharaoh, I believe David and Elijah are going to Trump, right? But again, like you got to think, are they going to broadcast those meetings to the public? If they don't want people to believe the word of God, why on earth would they be broadcasting that stuff to the public? It doesn't seem to be what's going to give it away. It seems what's going to give it away are the signs and wonders of the Most High God, right? And obviously the fact that David is going to start to regather the children of Israel into a Goshen area where we will be when the plagues start to fall. Because as it was in the past, so shall it be in the end. And so I think that's what our focus should be on. We should be looking for two men with power the world has never seen. And it doesn't mean two men, because so Elijah and David, those are the two men who are going to be Aaron and Moses.
Oh, okay. Oh, so you think that the government know what you're talking about? Because it seemed like they would know, like this video I'm about to watch and stuff. It seemed like they would have that information and then try to counteract it somewhere. So I'm just saying that to say because it seemed like the media mainstream got a lot of distraction on TV, far as all these different scandals with these people, and I feel like a lot of people probably pay a lot of attention to that stuff instead of the stuff you talking about because they kind of busy. You know what I mean? It's like a parade on the mind, keep people keep them occupied to kind of not really understand what you're talking about. But I'm definitely gonna check the video out though.
Well, so and when you watch the video, notice I believe the prophet Elijah returned last September or September 2024. Okay, now I have the visuals for it, right? And notice the world explains it as something else, which means they knew it was coming and they had their explanation prepared in advance. Just like my point right now, the only reason they're telling us about aliens is because how are they going to explain fire raining down from heaven if they haven't conditioned the mind to believe in aliens?
Right. In the book of Isaiah, he says, "A new thing shall spring forth, and who shall let it?" They already know the end's near, but they don't know, they don't know what side they're going to be hit from, because it's the Lord's game at this point.
And I think that they have the unadulterated scriptures because remember, all wisdom comes from God. So they're not going to see anything that God doesn't let them see, right? What they might have is text that's not corrupted, where they can read things very clearly, right? Like they must know David is the Messiah. They must know he's going to be resurrected. They must have a sense of where we are in the stream of time, right? And so, if you look in this country, for the last 50 years, the FBI's been worried about a black Messiah. I don't think that's a coincidence because it tells us after 69 Jubilees or 50 years before the end, Messiah comes. It doesn't tell you the exact date though, so you can understand why they were looking for him a bit before he actually appeared, right?
Right.
But they knew about Elijah showing up, so how could they know that, right? So, but again, I was waiting for that light too. Now, I was waiting for that light based off misinformation in the world, right? So it gives you a sense that there's definitely things present that they should know what's coming, at least from the terms of a very high level, and conditioning the mind to, for example, I think David's going to have Moses' staff. So one of the ways David's going to prove who he is to us is he's going to throw a staff down, it's going to turn into a snake. But think about AI videos today. Who's going to believe that video? Everyone's going to say it's AI, right?
Right.
And I don't think that's a coincidence, right? There's a reason they're promoting AI, because they're trying to get ahead of the things they know they can't explain.
But you think it would be a more secure
type of connection. Like I see what you're saying with the staff thing, but it seemed like it would be more like secure, like where it wouldn't be like no denying because like you say, you got AI videos and stuff like that. You know what I mean? I feel like AI probably helped them out a lot too, like far as simulations and all the movies. When I look at the movies they be making, that's what kind of make me think I know they know a lot about these scriptures and I be saying stuff like about the stuff that's in the Vatican because they be real apocalyptic at times with the things they be showing, and a lot of times they have like aliens like fighting like Earth and all like the alien trying to destroy the Earth, but it always show like the humans winning. Like you know what I mean? So I just feel like they twisting the narrative a little bit, but I feel like they definitely got some secret files like in that Vatican somewhere about like the stuff that you're talking about, like far as explaining it more or something.
And something about too when you say that when you watch the video that I pinned, the movie The Crow is about a bird coming and resurrecting a musician who goes on a killing revenge-filled rampage.
Oh, really?
That's a direct. They're directly copying God's prophecy of the ravenous bird comes first, and that bird resurrects the Messiah. And I show book, chapter, verse to prove it, right? So they 100%. Like, have you ever heard the saying, "The bird is the word"?
Bird is the word. Yeah.
Okay, the bird is the word of God, brother. That's what they're mocking. They're mocking us. The bird is the word of God.
David, but he has the Song of Songs. He has Psalms. He's a musician. He plays art. He's beautiful, you know? So it's all lining up now.
And think about Planet of the Apes, okay? That, like, you want to see them mocking you? Planet of the Apes, Rise of the Planet of the Apes is the second Exodus. Planet of the Apes, Dawn of the Planet of the Apes is Gog Magog, okay? They're mocking, okay? They're mocking, but they're telling the truth, right? They're telling the truth of what's coming, right? An unstoppable force, and notice that took the monkeys and put them to the top, destroyed the rest of the world, right? The virus, right? The virus made them super smart and killed everybody else. So God is taking the children of Israel from the bottom and putting them on top, and his plagues are going to destroy everybody except Gog Magog, who are going to be saved for the end valley of Jehoshaphat. And that's the book of Joel, brother. So what I would also recommend is go read the book of Joel, chapter 1 being the punishment on Jerusalem and the children of Israel.
Joel, I thought you said Job. You said the book of Joel.
Joel, just 3 chapters, okay? Chapter 1 is the judgment on Israel for the rebellion. Chapter 2 is the regathering, the second Exodus. Chapter 3 is Gog Magog.
Okay, yeah, I never read that before. Yeah, I'm gonna read that and stuff. How long is this video and stuff? Is it a good
26 minutes. 26 minutes. It's not that long.
No. I was asking for the depth. I like kind of like the stuff you talking about. I could watch a video like that for an hour.
So what I'll also do, because I made this short because people's attention spans, but I have a 2-hour video where I go in detail on the verses. So if you want to see that, I'll send it to you too.
You say you send it to me?
Yeah, I'll put it. Let me pull it right now.
This video, you'll get a laugh.
Don't take the one down. Don't take the one down the top like that. Let me click on this one first. Are you gonna put that new one in the chat or something?
Yeah, I'll put it in the chat and I'll send you a direct message. But they're all on my YouTube page. So once you go to my page, yeah, you'll get a laugh. And so
what is it? It's FJZ.
Well, yeah. So listen, I do want to apologize for the language that is used at the beginning of the video that I pinned. But as I tell all my brothers and sisters who are currently still swimming in that idolatry, the time of fun and games is over. And so I hope that the veracity of the warning, because listen, I have a lot of friends who, that the beginning of that video will probably make them never speak to me again. But we're at the time where I want them to know that I didn't care. The warning was more important because it's time.
I know I be cussing a lot too. Like, yeah, people don't. I don't care about that though. That don't take away from the message and stuff. I know a lot of people say, "Oh, that mess up the message," but no, that's like come with passion, and you know what I'm saying. Like, so no, I don't care about that though. You know, I like passion, so that's what's up though. Yeah, I'm about to watch your videos and stuff. You about to close your room out?
Yeah, and we're here every Thursday at 5 p.m. And obviously all the replays are always available in Clubhouse, and I do upload them to YouTube as well. But yeah, we've been coming more frequently, and obviously, listen, if we see anything current events, we will definitely be hosting
How many videos you
rooms as
got
well.
on YouTube? You got like a lot of videos and stuff.
No, I just started recently. I used to be an atheist, brother. So I went from being an atheist to he woke me up. I was living in Los Angeles.
Okay.
He told me to move before my house burned down. So I left. My house burned down in the Pacific Palisade fire. So and he's been showing me some crazy stuff the whole time. I don't know why. I'm obviously very humbled, but I was studying for about 5 years before I started to put anything out. Um, but recently I've been picking it up because, when you look at what's out there, everyone's telling us the same lies. And I understand that, like, and again, I'm grateful that I'm not alone, where, you see other people also see that this is what the Word of God says. But the whole point is, if you believe His Word, He tells you at the end of time, He's going to seal.
You went out or something. You talking? I can't hear you. I don't know what just happened to my phone and stuff. I clicked on that link and I don't know. I can't hear you after that. If you're talking, you're not hearing unless you can't hear me. Oh, okay. Since phone probably went this. Oh, I don't know what happened. Okay. Watch videos and stuff though. Yeah, you pretty smart too. I remember you and stuff from last time in the room and stuff though. You know what I'm saying? You real smart too. Got videos? You making videos? Got YouTube or something?
You talking to me?
I was talking to the dude in the booth, but you too, like both.
Yeah.
So y'all seem real smart. So y'all be teaching together all the time, or you got your own page?
No, I just be tuning in his Clubhouse and his YouTube. His YouTube's it's pretty entertaining.
Oh, okay. No, I never seen it. I'm gonna have to check it out tonight and stuff though for sure. You know what I'm saying? Teacher.
Yeah, there's a which video is it? I'm gonna find it for you, but there's another good one. Cause I can tell you like to study, like you like to get in depth of what it exactly is saying.
Right. Yeah. I definitely don't mind the long videos. I know a lot of people don't got the patience for it, but I mean, I just get tired of hearing the same thing. You know, people be talking about the Bible, arguing and stuff though. So when you talk about something like this, like it just sounds like a treasure hunt to me. So I just like to search out information. So definitely. Wow.
You have you heard of what he talked about with like when Elijah came back?
No, I didn't hear nothing about that. I think Jeremy was just saying something about that, but I wasn't familiar with it before he said something.
Yeah. So he posted a video and it's basically about the what's it called? Like this light that showed up in the sky and it was on the news and everything. You know Godal? Are you familiar with Godal?
Going on here?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I heard his name before. I don't know if it's the same dude from Grand Rising Room or some. I don't know, one of these dudes. I don't know him like that though, but I think I heard that name before.
Yeah, it's from the room that you just said, but he did like he got on his live a couple times to explain it, and they just be kind of clowning on him, but like they can't say otherwise. Like if it's true or not, it kind of just stumps them.
Right.
But yeah, you can. That video I put in the chat is pretty good. It's on exactly how and what it looks like for the brother Elijah to come back.
Okay, so when you say coming back, so is they supposed to know each other or something? Cause I thought I heard you say, I don't want to misquote what he said. I thought he said Elijah was supposed to raise David or something like that.
So the brother explains how.
Oh, okay, on the
Elijah,
video.
no, the brother explains how Elijah is gonna raise David up.
Okay.
But he's gonna like resurrect him. You know how in I think it's verse or chapter 16 maybe or 17 where Elijah like resurrects and kind of brings a kid back from the dead.
Oh yeah.
So basically what he's saying is that he's gonna raise him up. Look, I found the picture. I'm gonna just put it here real quick as my profile. Can you see?
Yeah, what is that? Hold on. Click on it. Oh.
Did it change?
Yeah, I see like a light.
Yeah, so that's what he basically like. I guess like saw like he kind of like called it.
Okay. Damn. Okay. Yeah, that's dope. I like that. Yeah, I like stuff like that, man.
It's crazy, bro. People be tripping about it, but it's really like I'd say it's the closest thing we have to like a warning from the Most High, because like it's not just that light that people saw. Like there's scripture that goes with it. Like he's not just pulling it out of his top hat. Like he got scripture to go with it. You know what I mean?
Right.
So like Isaiah 19, if you read that, behold the Lord rideth upon a swift cloud.
Yeah. Okay.
And then I think in what is it? We'll find it. A cherub. All right, this is Psalms. So I'm guessing this is my like interpretation.
Right.
David had like he already had like knowledge that this was gonna happen. So it says, and he bowed the heaven. Oh, hold on, I'm gonna start from here. There went up a smoke out of his nostrils, and fire out of his mouth devoured. Coals were kindled by it. He bowed the heavens also, and came down, and darkness was under his feet. He rode upon a cherub and did fly, and he was seen upon the wings of the wind. He made darkness pavilions about him, dark waters and thick clouds of the sky. So like when you watch the video, it's crazy because it looks like that light. You see how it's like an arrow? It's going left.
Right. I got you. I'm just saying right, but no, I'm listening to you.
It's going to the west. The west from the east.
Okay.
So yeah, it kind of looks like it's like water.
Yeah, don't the Bible say from the east to the west though? Or no, I'm tripping. Like I thought I heard.
It's going from the east to the west.
Oh, it is going to the east to the west.
Yeah.
Oh, that's dope though. Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Because it's where Abraham started.
Abraham. Okay.
You know, it's always moving from east to west. But like the Bible condemns the people who pray to the east for like Ezekiel 8.
Is that the Muslims or something? They pray to the east. Well, I don't know what direction they praying, but I know they pray a certain direction.
It's like Freemasonry.
Okay.
Yeah, so like I don't know if you read Zechariah 14 and 11 and 14 maybe.
What it say like?
Something about a brotherhood.
No, I ain't familiar with that. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah.
What's cool? You don't gotta read it. I'm just not real.
No, this is Ezekiel.
Oh, Ezekiel. Okay.
So there were 25 men with their backs toward the temple of the Lord and their faces toward the east, and they worship the sun in the east.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's all prophecy, bro. It's coming to pass. So if you're in for the ride, like hop in, you know.
Oh yeah, for sure, man. It sounds like fun, man. It sounds like fun, definitely.
It's only fun when you make it to the other side, you know. Like when you prove yourself to be that righteous remnant, that 1/3, you know.
Right. I mean, so do you feel like that's part of you or something though? Like, you feel me? Like, I hear people like talk about it, but you know, to me it seemed like it was like talking about a group of people. I'm not saying they're Israelites, and I'm not no Israelite or nothing, but I'm just saying like,
No, you are though. You are though. Because you read Song of Songs, Song of Solomon, some will call it.
Yeah. I like that, man. That's really
Yeah. So it talks about like how this is the words of David. I feel like it could be. Some people say it's Solomon, but I don't know. It sounds more like David to me. He says, "I'm black but comely, O ye daughters of Jerusalem, as the tents of Kedar, as the curtains of Solomon." Maybe it could be as the curtains of David. Look not upon me because I am black, because the sun hath looked upon me. And it just talks about how like the true Israelites are the black, Hispanic, and Native Americans in today's day and age. But the Bible also doesn't condemn. It doesn't ever condemn the like like the like the Gentiles unless like they did something to wrong God's chosen people.
Oh, okay. So yeah, I don't agree with that though. See, I see what you're saying. That's from what you just said. That all got something to do with what y'all talking about, as far as like the prophecy chasing, like as far as the information you're talking about now or something.
I think it has everything to do with everything. Just those few words. I'm black but comely.
Right.
Yeah.
I definitely believe that, you know, they was black or whatever, you know what I'm saying? It just seemed like there was a lot of confusion about like the land masses or the places and all that type of stuff. It seemed like it's a bunch of confusion being put on purpose, but you know, it's smart people trying to figure it out though. So I know you and your boy one of them. So you know, it's a lot of smart people out here.
Yeah, shalom.
Yeah, definitely. So you know, we gonna put it together though. That's what's up though, man.
Yeah, we're putting it together right now. Don't worry about it.
No, I'm in it. I'm gonna worry about it. You know what I'm saying? Like I mean, it's need not to be spoken about, but you know, I respect y'all mission, y'all journey and stuff though. You know what I'm saying? I definitely do for sure.
Yeah, all praise to the Most High for giving us knowledge, for letting us go on our knees, giving us that grace, that salvation. Because true salvation comes tomorrow. You know what I mean? So. We got our salvation for now. We got our ways to walk in, to walk after. We got a heart to chase. But true salvation and true peace is over the mountain just before the dawn. So.
For sure. Yeah, I ain't trying to hold you up, man, because these type of conversations, I just keep talking and stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we could go all night with this, bro. It's crazy. But that's what the Lord does, you know.
Right. Oh, definitely. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm just chilling and stuff, man. I'm just listening to some information y'all bringing out. You know, listening to this different information, man. It's just like, let me ask you something real quick. So, I talk to people who believe in the Bible and stuff, but they don't believe in like giants and stuff, though. Like,
nah, giants were real.
Okay, yes, that's powerful. That's real powerful, though, man. I respect that.
but to say you don't believe in giants and you believe in the Bible you'd have to say, I don't believe in David. Like what? That just doesn't make sense.
Why you say that?
David is known for fighting a giant. Like if you say you believe in the Bible,
right? Okay.
For not
they're
fighting.
Trying to downplay that. They're trying to downplay it. Cause all right, I see what you're saying though.
But I've seen like those real giants, you know.
Yeah, what you talking about, bro? That's where must be a thing. Where you said your grandpa told you a mountain that looked like a bean or something. I'm the type of thing I'm into. Like all that human stuff, that's cool, you know what I'm saying? But I feel like humans do a lot of acting and making up stuff. But when you can see stuff like that, because I was just looking at some stuff last night, and I'm like, wow, this is just so amazing. It just shamed me to see like people who say they know the Most High and they read the Bible and they sit up here and deny like the works of God like that or the Most High. It's like, why would you sit up here and go? The Bible says got giant hands. You know what I mean? So yeah, I like stuff like that. You know what I'm saying?
Well, God puts the Spirit on us all to be like, all right, I'm gonna stand on what I say, but it's up to me. It's up to God to put the Spirit on me to actually count it as fact. To say, all right, I believe. All right, I count Him as the only one, no other, and no more, no less. That's it, and that's all. So,
right.
You can preach all you want, but if you're not walking the talk, then I don't know, bro. Like the only way, like some guy on Clubhouse told me this: even when you're wrong, you're right. Because I only know what's right for me. I only know salvation for me. So for others, I don't know. You could be sent to hell right away because you believe in JC, and that's where you think you're gonna go. For me, I know where you're gonna go. I know where I'm gonna go. I know where we're all gonna end up because the Lord. It's all like if you use the Lord as your mentor,
right?
You look to Him as your mentor, and you truly humble yourself down to the Lord. Then hey, that's all He wanted. That's all she wrote.
Right. So y'all, is you like a OT only or something like that, pretty much, or?
I follow the OT only because I just don't believe in the New Testament and JC for salvation, human sacrifice for atonement of bloodshed, unless we're talking about like for children of Israel, because we see that with Phineas taking down Cosby for atonement and for a covenant of peace, but we don't see that ever outside of Hosea 14:2. Take with you words. So yeah, I'd say I'm OT only, but at the same time, the OT, it's all been tampered with. It's all been like messed with. Yeah.
I was asking, because I seen OTs, but they don't talk like y'all. Like they don't say what y'all say.
Because people can't. Like they got some doctrines that they have to hold themselves accountable to. Like
they don't believe in no Savior. I just want to point that out. That's all, because they don't believe in the Savior or something.
No, they do, because it says, "I'm the Lord God of Israel, the Savior, the only Savior. No one else beside me."
Okay, yeah, my bad. I probably misquoted. Well, they don't believe somebody come back like y'all would. How y'all said,
oh no,
Savior coming back. They don't. I talked to OTs. They don't say nobody coming back. So.
Yeah, they like that's what I'm saying. Like for me alone, I know exactly where I come from, where I strive to be, and where God's gonna put me. So I know exactly what's up. So if you think you know the Bible, but you say no one's coming back, like come on, bro, that's just not true. Because the book tells you like he tells you I'll be back. I will be back. Hold on, I got a verse. I think it's Zechariah. Bro, what was it? Is something about like I will no more scatter them. Hold on. This is like one of my favorite books.
Oh, what's that? Which one?
Zechariah.
Okay.
Zechariah. And where does it say? Hold on. But yeah, giants are for sure real. I've seen them. Like, even if it's not like a real giant walking around today on the plain, we still see tall people. They're descendants of them. We still see people with extra fingers. They're descendants of them. We see their spirits still walking on this plane. So yeah.
That's crazy.
It is, but at the same time, like pick your poison, bro. Like I'm sure if a giant, no, I'm sure if a giant were to be like, Lord God, take me, I like, Lord God, you know, they'd have some repercussion because they're giants. Like, come on, they're known to be rebellious. They're known to think they're bigger than the big.
Right. Oh, okay. Okay, well, let me ask you something then about this. It's about the Giants. So, my understanding, like, I say, like, it was a war before, I think, Genesis or something, like, where Giants got destroyed. Something you subscribe to
No,
that.
they didn't get destroyed. I just learned this. They like hid and evaded the flood. Yeah, I just learned this. It was crazy. I think it's like Job 25:6 or something, where it says like something about like the method. Huh?
Was it something about giants still in the earth will still remain after the flood and before or something like that?
Something about how they like went into caves, the Nephilim, and they made it and didn't die to the flood. So that was like.
And I think it killed some of them though. I think it killed some of them and stuff though, cause when I read like the book of Enoch, it was you know they had no that wasn't the book of Enoch. Who was it? I think I was watching something on YouTube, but it was talking about the fallen angels, and it was saying how they was fighting with the humans, like it was the humans and giants fighting each other, and then the humans started winning, and then there was so much killing on the earth by the giants, like God flooded the earth. Humans was kind of happy, you know what I'm saying? They wasn't happy that giants was getting killed, but they just knew the world needed like a reset in the plans and stuff, so they kind of just embraced it, you know what I'm saying? I thought that was kind of
Yeah. So I think I found the verse I was looking for. I will bring them again also out of the land of Egypt and gather them from out of Assyria, and I will bring them into the land of Gilead and Lebanon, and place shall not be found for them. Wait, hold on. No, this is for someone else. Oh wait, hold on. Maybe I will sow them among the people in their remembrance. They shall live with their children and turn again. Hold on, I'm trying to look for. And I will strengthen the house of Judah and will save the house of Joseph. And I will bring them again to place them. For I have mercy upon them, and they shall be as though I had not cast them off. For I am the Lord God, their God, and will hear them. So that's basically saying like He's gonna do these things. Like even though, like, come on, you can't say someone's not here, even if you feel their presence. Like, say someone died and you feel their presence, and you're like, dang, like I can feel them here. I can feel their spirit. Like they're still here. Like even because God is He hides His face. Surely you are a God who hides your face, like literally. And that's why he puts us here to like put us through trials by fire to show us like to prove us, literally proving us through fire if we will be like if we will be proven righteous in His eyes, even if He's not there to tell us like right from wrong all the time.
right.
But like if someone like an OT only brother is willing to say he's not coming back, like bro, read your scriptures, get back to me on that. And if you can't, like, shalom. I hope everything goes well when the second Exodus comes, when we all have to gird up our loins before the Almighty, you know, how Job did.
Right. Man, this stuff's so deep, man. It's like it's just crazy how deep it is, though. The sad thing I think about, like just myself personally, like with this type of information, like you know, studying by yourself, it's cool. I don't really mind it and stuff like that, but it's like it's so big. It's like it seemed to be cool when I like when I see like a group of people studying together and stuff like that. I always kind of admire that with people and stuff, though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's always good. Brotherhood's good, but it just depends on what type, you know.
Right.
Like there's things that tell us right from wrong, and if we can't listen to that, hey, I'm gonna far from that, but we can have a simple conversation. Have them demur decorum, then hey, we're good. But like, if we can't, that's not my problem. Like, that's your. Hey, yeah, I think life all goes back. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. And it's as simple as that. And 5, because like we come from the bloodline of Shem, as the children of Israel. So like 1, 2, 3, and 4 is like it's like learning your ABC. Like it's the basics.
Right. So for your studies, we're not destroyed. Well, I would just say,
Once.
I guess, wiped out.
Once, but I could like say for a certainty that there's been like judgment to the extreme,
Okay.
but wiped out once the flood.
Oh,
That's not.
Okay, so like, yeah, I think it probably was more than one flood though, so that's where we probably differ at and stuff though, for sure. But yeah, I don't know. I just the reason I say that because it's like from what you said earlier, like I'll be thinking about like the mountain-sized beings or whatever. I seen the faces, like so. I wouldn't let nobody convince me off my circle with that. Like, oh, that don't exist. So I'm saying if I see these beings like petrified, it look like something happened to them. It's like they got like frozen in time or something. Like, you know what I mean? I seen like animals. I seen like big frogs, big snakes.
When I
Like,
saw it, when I saw it, it looked like he either just dropped dead or he was oppressed, like someone was holding him down and he was just mad, you know what I mean? So like you know how people, I don't know if you know much about like Indians, but like I guess when they found a new ground to like occupy, they give their they'd give like a testimony, I guess, and like thanks to a rock in that specific area, and they'd like give energy to it. And I'm guessing like they choose the rock by what the energy is given off of the rock. So yeah, like the rock was. Hey, I don't know if it's a rock. I'm not gonna lie. It looks like a person. Like it looks like a being. So yeah. They definitely hear still, like their spirit is still keeps their house, so they think. But hey, look at my profile picture. It's all coming to light, you know. So come on, bro. You could have helped me, like get something from the top shelf. You didn't have to be a heathen and try to fight me or something, like you know. But it's good.
you about to get big, man. You want to calm down. Don't be talking to a dog like that. Man.
Yeah, I got my dog. He a chatter boy. His name is Draco.
Draco.
He's a good dog. Yeah, he's.
Okay.
He just all talk, no bite. For real. But hey, we just gotta give praises, thanks, honor, fear, reverence, esteem, glory to the Most High God alone. We don't gotta be thinking like, oh, there's a Most High and then there's the Lord God. No, he's all. He's the end to the beginning. He's the beginning to the end. He's everything. He's time itself. We just gotta give thanks that he's here to guide us. So, keep an eye out. How the brother said, keep an eye out for a sign from heaven, of fire, of bloodshed, of resurrection, of I don't know. I just got the thought like maybe David and Elijah will just be strolling down Detroit or not Detroit, Washington.
Right.
They're just trying to like make peace or something, and like these people are gonna pull guns on them, and then boom, force field, boy. Like you never know, bro. It's all God's. It's all in God's hands. So
Yeah, that's what's up though, man, for sure. So how you think they would meet each other though? That's what I asked you earlier though. Like I don't remember what you said. Like that's what how you think they would come across each other though?
The Lord will be in his ear like a CIA agent. Like he's gonna tell him like coordinates. Like I don't know. I'm not. I'm the knowing of that, but that's how I would assume.
Oh no, I was just asking. I wasn't trying to disrespect you, put you in the hot seat and nothing. I was
No,
just
you
asking.
good. Yeah, I just think he's like a prophet, like any other prophet who got spoken to by God through God. How Moses was commanded to do one thing, or maybe he'll just send him to him because I think in Exodus he's like, go find Aaron. That's all he says. Well, I don't know. Maybe God will bring him down on a cherubim, just right to him. And he's like, all right, let's get to work. Let's get it done. You think, my question to you is, do you think they would be scared? You think they'd have fear in them?
No. No, I definitely don't think it would be no fear in them. I think that the earth itself will tremble the people. I think the people will be scared though. Like you know what I'm saying? But I definitely don't believe that they would be scared. Definitely not. Especially that guy came back, you know what I'm saying? All that stuff. Like, I know what this stuff is. I ain't nobody scared to die. Like, you know what I'm saying? So I guess once you done died or something like that, the fear probably go away. So I think the fear is for those probably who haven't crossed over or tasted death or something like that who is unknown to. So that's probably people who will be a little scared.
It's crazy though because people who have tasted death, who know everything inside and out, they are the ones who are stepping out and being like, or standing up, I should say, and being like, yo, this time around it's a little different, you know?
Right.
Hey, we don't got our giants by our side. I don't know what to do about that.
right.
And yeah, it's always I don't remember the scripture, but there's a scripture where he's like the most hard-headed of the heathen are gonna get it the worst, and like they're just gonna be in bondage until they get it. So that's how I move around this world. Like I just know exactly where I'm supposed to be and what I'm supposed to preach. You know.
Right.
That's the Most High alone. No other. No ifs, ands, buts. Nothing. Just the Most High alone.
Right.
And his name is the Lord, Yahweh, Yahweh, Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh, the God of Israel, Abraham and Isaac, and that's it. It's really it's no science experiment, no chemistry here. It kind of feels like chemistry though, because it's like, dang, one wrong move and it could all go to ashes.
That's what's up, man. Yeah, definitely what's up though. Definitely enjoyed the conversation. I ain't trying to hold you up or nothing, man.
It's all praises the Most High. I could talk about this all night. Don't worry about it. All praises.
I can see like we got different beliefs and stuff, you know what I'm saying? But I wouldn't like most people gotta be contentious, like can't just have conversations. Like sometimes people just always trying to be like a one up or like I gotta prove you wrong or you know what I mean? But just like we all live in this life, you know what I'm saying? So just because we got different opinions about whatever, don't mean we can't sit and talk about, you know, what we believe in or we know and stuff like that. So yeah, I definitely appreciate the conversation and stuff though, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's not like tomorrow we're not brothers. Today we're brothers. Tomorrow we're brothers.
Right.
In the end of the all, we're brothers. But some of us will just be like, we'll have to be taught, you know.
Right.
But hey, what do you believe in? You believe in it? You believe in Genesis 1? In the beginning?
No. Okay. So my belief is on that is I believe that it was something else, another world
after something was destroyed. So that's why I be like, them big rock giants and mountain giants was rolling around, and then it was so wicked, it was evil. Like I heard stories about them, and I felt like it was a flood that wiped them out, and then Genesis came. You know what I'm saying? So that's just my belief on that right there. Though, you know what I'm saying? 'Cause I done heard like about I think it's like the pre-Adamites and different studies. I know a lot of people don't subscribe to different books like that, but I do. So it's like I like to just look at the information and just make it make sense. You know what I'm saying? So if it was these big giants and they look like mountains and you got these big trees and stuff though, and then angels will sit down to cut down the trees from the giants and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? It's like it seemed like it's sprinkled all throughout the book that it was a pre-existing civilization that got destroyed before Adam and Eve. That's just how I look at that though. You feel me though?
Alright. So you think this verse? You think this is like kind of like off? There were giants in the earth in those days, and after that, when the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men, and they bare children to them, the same became the mighty men which were of old, men of renown. You think like there were even giants before that, like before the Nephilim?
Yeah. I gotta keep it real with you. Like I'm not no Bible scholar. Even that verse niggas, you know what I'm saying? I can't. You know what I mean? But no, I'm just telling you. I'm trying to answer the question fair as I can. Like you know what I'm saying? But yeah, I think it was. Cause I heard somebody talking like it was. I think it was what they say. It was something like the sons of. Man, what did they say, man? It was basically distinguishing the I think it was a Nephilim and the sons of God. I think it was making a distinction between them or something. Like, I forget how it go, but it was. I wish I could have wrote it down. But yeah, I believe that it was giants, man. Like big, real big stuff, like monsters and like
Nah,
stuff.
no doubt, no doubt.
So I feel like that got wiped out some type of way. Like I think God like killed them. Like so, I'm reading the book of Enoch, and it was talking about the angels, what happened to the angels, and they went to Antarctica. Just a bunch of others. I'm just like, whoa, this stuff is kind of crazy because this stuff is it's in these books though. Like you know what I'm saying? So I just believe that when I look at these big places, these big old trees, you know what I'm saying? These big old rock formations, these big like dragons, yo. I seen like a whole state. They had like a map of it was from above or something, man. And I was like, that's like a whole like landmass that looked like some type of monster or something. So when I seen that, I'm just like, I mean, I don't know nothing after that. So when I started looking at the mountains and smaller rocks and stuff, I'm like, oh, I started seeing the resemblance that they look like some flash froze and stuck in some rocks or something though. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I also know about the civilization like at the bottom of the ocean. Like it looked like castles and I mean just looked like something got buried in water, like a whole like civilization or something. You know what I mean? So I'm like, who was these people under this water? Like what happened? Like you know what I mean? So I just want I just don't take mainstream history like as it is. Like, because a lot of times people leave out giants and stuff like that. So I feel like if you're leaving out giants, like your truth can't be true though. Like it can't be because it's like it's false because it's telling a false narrative. So if something got a false narrative, like the whole thing gonna be false. You know what I'm saying? So if it's giants and people saying it's not, it's like it's not gonna be in my best interest. I'm not trying to argue with nobody about that. You know what I'm saying? So I just feel like the proof is all over the world. Like there's so many different people on TikTok, on Facebook, YouTube, all type of things with these different structures and rocks and formations. You even got like people doing the science, breaking rocks down, seeing ligaments and tissue and all this type of stuff. Salt mines. I'm just like it's just crazy. It's just blowing my mind. So I'm definitely on that type of wave. So I don't really listen to human rhetoric. I'd rather like go after the big boy stuff though, so that's kind of where I go.
Yeah, if an OT brother can't tell you that giants existed, he's not OT. He's not. He's yeah. Because that's where right here in chapter 6 of the Bible it says where they come from. You know what I mean? So.
I never thought about that before too, like because I think he said that David fought a giant though. I forgot he did come.
Yeah, and not just David. Like there's other people who fought giants. There's people who fought bigger, scarier giants. David is just iconic. So he's fighting like a giant in his zeal, in his small little old look at me, little old me self. You know what I mean? So for the other men to come and fight giants after the fact, when David did it, like they get kind of downplayed, but at the same time, like for a good reason.
I ain't never heard nobody fight giants.
Not for a good reason, because David fought a giant before it was cool. You know what I mean? David fought the giant just like out of pure like, come on then, like come on. But the other people, like they were already skilled fighting like the nations who they knew had giants. Like they were in it. So I think that's Second Samuel where he fights, where like it lists off. Hold on. Nephilim. I don't know how to spell that.
I think it's NEPHELIEM or something like that. I could be off though.
Yeah, hold on. What does it even say?
I don't even know.
Alright, I think I know the chapter. 2 Samuel 24. I just love this book because it's like the wicked flee when no man pursue it, and like you could literally, it's kind of like you ever play Fortnite? You ever like box up turtle and just hold your wall? You know what I mean?
Oh, I'm not my bad. I haven't played. I'm thinking about Roblox, bro. My bad.
I don't play Roblox. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. The people who play that game are weirdos, bro. Like straight up socio, like mental.
Oh man.
Hold on, let me find this because it just talks about how more people other than David fought some giants, some little Nephilims. You know what I mean?
Yeah, right, man. Because it seems like it would only make sense if giants had like their own like village or town or something. Like you know what I mean? Because it don't seem like it would just be like two giants hanging out under a tree or something. You know what I mean?
Maybe. That could make sense. What I just learned was that they're together under the earth or something.
You said what? You was just in the Matrix. What'd you say?
That the Nephilim, hold on. That the Nephilim fled together under the earth.
Oh, okay. Damn. Yeah, that's crazy.
You know the story of like Og?
Yeah.
From Bashan? Yeah. So it says like exactly what his bed size was. And it says that he was like 13 feet by 12 feet. So I'm like, well. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, so I really can't find this though. It's Nephilim. I don't know how to spell it. Nephilim. It might not be in this version, this text.
What book you looking at?
I'm in the KJV.
Oh.
It should be in here though.
Yeah, it should be.
I'm tripping on the spelling though. Nephilim. Giants. And
man, I forgot who was talking about that. They was making the distinction between Nephilim and the sons of man or something. I forget, but it was basically two. Damn, man, it was like some monsters, I think, and some giants or something and shit. Though I forgot who was saying that shit. It was dope though, man.
so you know how like like they came to be, like there had to be a God who brought them forth, like to bring it to whatever.
Right. Talking about the giants or the Nephilim?
Yeah. So this is describing how big God is, right? Who hath measured the waters in the hollow of his hand, and melted and meted out the heaven with a span, which is 5 from your thumb to your pinky. So like your hand,
right,
like on the table,
right,
is basically like how big he like measured it. And comprehended the dust of the earth in measure, so that's how wise he is, and weighed the mountains in scales, and the hills in balance. And that's basically how like ginormous the Lord is. And that's how we get the sons of God or the Nephilim.
Right, okay.
Bro, where is it? Hold on, bro. I'm just looking at giants, I'm stupid.
It was something about a giant and human war or something like that. You know what I'm saying? They was fighting each other, and I think it was giants on human side, but it was giants. They was just all fighting each other and stuff, though. You know what I mean? And it's like I was listening to the story, and it was pretty much saying that the humans was getting ate by the giants and stuff like that. And then so I guess the humans started like setting traps and like poisoning them with the food and herbs and roots and all these type of things. And then they started attacking them, and then they started killing them, and then even had them fear them for a moment and stuff like that. I thought that pretty interesting and stuff like that, you know. But it was pretty much wrote down the story so future generations will never forget the fact that this happened and stuff, though. You know what I'm saying? Because it marks like I guess a critical time when humans came together.
Because they're scary. Because they're scary. You won't ever forget like your own brother punching you in the face, you know?
Right.
They're scary.
Right.
So why would we forget that? We can't. I found the verse, but that's crazy. It kind of sounds like today's day and age. Like their spirit, they're poisoning the food, they're doing all this and the other. It's crazy, you know? But I found it. Moreover, the Philistines had yet war again with Israel, and David went down and his servants with him, and they fought against the Philistines, and David waxed faint. Alright, and it says right here, and Ishbosheth was of the sons of the giants. Oh wait, Ishbib and Nob which was of the sons of the giant. The weight of his spear weighed, I think it was like 8 pounds, 300 shekels of brass in weight. So when I hear these like measurements or whatever, they don't sound like too big. They sound like at least 9 feet. But bro, the mountain I saw, bro, that thing was, if he was standing, bro, 20 at least.
Right.
At least, bro. His head was probably taller than my body.
Right. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I ain't talking about no giants, no 13, 15 feet, nothing like that. I'm talking about like buildings and stuff, man, like monsters and like, you know, stuff that had wings and all this crazy.
That's what the flood took out in chapter 6. These are the mighty men of renown. These are the men of old, right? And then the flood, since they were so big, just picking on people and fallen angel spirits, they got taken. Because it says, and behold, even I, do bring a flood of waters upon the earth to destroy all flesh, wherein is the breath of life. So he was like, with my kindness and loving kindness and mercy that I've given you guys, a giant body and breath to like live in, you guys do all this like wickedness, you know. So he just said y'all over with, and he sent the flood, 40 days and 40 nights.
So yeah, that's where I think like monster
prophesied giant. That's why I'm thinking it's more than one flood, though. You feel me? Like, it seems like the giant front, like the giants that David was fighting, probably like in the Bible and stuff. It seemed like they shrunk or something though. Like the ones that you talking about, where you seen a rock, that mountain and stuff though. I think them was the ones that was before Adam and before Genesis. And so that's just what I think though. Like that stuff was too big, but I mean, I don't know how the book goes. It seemed like it kind of hint about it for real, like a pre. Because I heard people say, "Oh, it's two creation stories in Genesis" or something like that. But
what was this? And a bitch will start a talk.
Is close to Metro Detroit Airport. It's like 2 or 3 miles away, and